Morning, everyone. We'd like to welcome everyone to our South Weber City Council Budget Retreat this morning. Excuse me, it's 9 a.m. Saturday, February the 8th, 2025. We'll begin this retreat with a Pledge of Allegiance by Councilman Windsor and a prayer by Councilwoman Petty.
Pledge up to me. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Citizens in South of the beautiful city of Nashville, public to have clear minds and energy to discuss all the agenda items for the year that we can spend time for our community. We're so grateful for the value that we live in our country. After God will bless all of our fire, our police, and all of our military, as well as all of our national leaders. Keep them safe and our families. We love you so much. Thank you.
Amen. Okay, before we begin, I'd like to thank everybody that participated last night. I think we had a great evening over at the rec center. We all got our steps in, or usually I walk 2 miles a day, and I think I walked that last night. So that was great. Then and with the joking and fun time that we had, I want everybody to know that I did get up this morning and take a shower. So it's not me. On the serious side of things, I want to thank our city manager, Dave Larson, and for the staff for putting this retreat together. This takes a lot of work and a lot of time and effort goes into all of this planning and all the data and all the material that they pull together to present to the council today. And appreciate all the effort that went into that, and for everybody, all the staff, all the department heads. Thank you for your efforts. We know that it's your desire to see that things here in South Weber run well and run smooth and do it on a tight budget. That's what we have when we're dealing with small cities like South Weber. So thank you for your efforts. I hope that we realize as we go through this today that a lot of this data that they've pulled together, that we're trying to budget for our next year, and realize that this is everyone's best effort in trying to foresee what this next year, the future may hold for South Weber, and that a lot of this is recommendations that they feel that the direction the city needs to go in to remain fiscally sound and remain on top of things. So thank you very much for everybody's hard work. And with that being said, Dave, I'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my responsibility to remind everybody to speak in the mic today. When you do speak, we might have to pass them around so that everybody that's participating online and watching can hear. The mayor brought it up, but this is the beginning of a process, not the end of a process. So the numbers that you see are all draft format, right? This is stuff that can be discussed and decided on and altered. The beginning of the budget process, I think, sometimes feels maybe a little bit more solidified than it really is. But a shout out to Brett. He's been doing double duty this last month with finalizing the audit and basically drafting this entire budget so that there's a starting point for this discussion today. So It is intended to be a discussion and not just a staff presentation. At any point, if you want to stop and pause and take a deeper dive, then we're prepared to do that, and we want to have those types of conversations. I think the ultimate goal coming out of today is to have some direction for the work of the committees as we get into committee meetings in March, to be able to review and analyze each individual department, in that type of a setting. But we plan to present a number of different things today. If you get the slides up, from the financial side of things, we want to remind ourselves just what our target is, right? With a few minutes of the mission vision review, we want to give an overview of the city's fiscal health, and we have some data to show and discuss about that. We want to recap where we're at in our current budget year, which is the fiscal year 25 budget year. Much of the fiscal health data comes from the end of fiscal year 24, which is June 30th, 2024. So we end up talking about 3 different budgets, and we'll try to do the best we can to make sure we know which piece of data we're talking about, which fiscal year we're talking about. But then we want to get into the draft budget and where it's at. Give an overview, look at all of the different, what we're referring to as the supplemental budget requests. Joel's talked about in the past the idea of gravity. There's just a level of service that we provide, and there's a financial aspect to that is just kind of ongoing for that level of service. And so we're trying to highlight the differences from just what we do every day and have the discussion more of, what level of resource do we have at our disposal based on projections of revenue. And then we have a list of supplemental requests, items that are up for consideration from staff's perspective. And we'll review those requests and explain them, and then we can discuss those. And then we'll get into individual departments and let each department head talk about the departments that they oversee and the draft changes in their budgets, as well as the supplemental requests that are specific to their departments. And then the last section is to go over some major projects or programs that we've been discussing and that are on the table for us. So with that, let's jump right in. This the mission and vision, I am in charge of this, so I'm going to move it forward. I'm not going to read every word, but I really resonate with this personally, and I think that that's one of the things that kind of connects us as council members, as staff, that this is what we work toward. This is what we see for the community, and this is the day-to-day purpose. And we talk as staff quite frequently about the image of the tree from the city logo and how descriptive it really is. We asked the question, why do the trees lean in South Weber? Well, we know it's because of the wind, but on a deeper level, it's because they can handle it, right? They can handle the adversity of the wind. They're resilient. And the trees at the top are just evidence of the strength of those roots. And the primary mission really identifies those roots that make South Weber strong. And for me, it's just a really good reminder. I pull this up every once in a while to make sure that the target is in mind. And so as a reminder today for all of us as we go through this, that we do honor our heritage, and we want a place for families, and we want to be reliable and sustainable with our municipal services. And ultimately, this is a community that really does have heart and character and is strong. And so I think that's really cool. Comments or anything about mission, vision?
No, I really like them. It's a great mission and a great vision. We look at that every year, maybe tweak it a little bit, and I don't think it needs anything done to it. I think it's great.
Thanks, Mayor. Okay, let's get into the current fiscal health. The first slide here just gives an overview of the cash on hand for the city. Brett and I are going to kind of tag team some of this information. So I'll start and then Brett will jump in. But this is just a broad overview of how much, basically how much cash the city has available to it. Brett, do you want to explain this?
Yeah, so this is the cash available as of December 31st. Last year at this time, we were just a little over 15 million, and now this year, because of interest rates and where we are just over 16 million, almost $17 million, which is, I think, is great for the city that we have that available to us. We did do, at the end of December, we did get into some investments, which I think will boost that number. Our hope is to have that number boost drastically next year. What was that? Sorry.
Property taxes, they generally come into our bank account, first one comes in December, is that number artificially inflated?
Yeah, you bring up the
Yeah.
idea of cash flow, right? And so
Yeah.
this is a snapshot of December 31st, but cash is in, cash is out. And so this is not just a static trend or anything.
Correct.
Maintain.
Correct. That is correct. Yeah, in December, we typically receive a little bit more in property tax, which is why, I mean, it's a constant trend because we're always reviewing it in December, but it is typically a little bit higher because we do receive that one lump sum of property tax that was paid in November. Any other questions or thoughts on this?
Okay, now let's look at how it's distributed. I think it's really important to note that as we talk about city budgets and city funds, we're not talking about one big pot. We really are talking about an aggregate of a whole bunch of individualized, specialized, and restricted funds, right? They all have their individual purpose. And so when we talk big picture and we aggregate all those numbers, which we're going to do a few times today, that's to paint a picture of the entire city operation. But there are rules that apply to very specific pots of money. And so to say there's, X amount of dollars, $16 million available to us can create maybe more confusion than one number should. And so we want to look at the different fund balances. There are unrestricted fund balances and there are restricted fund balances. So Brett, I'll let you explain away the unrestricted fund balance.
Okay, just to start off, as it states, unrestricted are things that we can use for kind of our ongoing purposes. The next slide does talk about the restricted, and that's, we can only use funds for certain things. I just wanted to make you guys aware of that little difference that we have. The bigger points here, the trend is, yes, we're increasing our fund balances. There were a few that did drop a little bit, and we have those explained a little bit onto this side there. Recreation was one of them. This for fiscal year 24, we did not use or supplement with general fund balance into the recreation fund. It was at that point, quote unquote, self-sufficient. We didn't add anything to it from other funds, and we didn't. That was just kind of a standalone for fiscal year 24.
Now, is that the loss from sales revenue that we usually get from Parker Station or Parsons?
Staker Park.
Baker Parsons.
Yes, that does play into that.
Yeah.
That I was gonna wonder if that was one of when we're doing the projecting for next year on it,
It's
Um,
not that, yeah.
I don't know how you're going to be projecting, whether it's going to be conservative based on what this year has been like in sales for them, or if it's going to be just on the average standard that we've had before.
We do discuss that later in our
Oh,
slides.
perfect.
But at this point, yes, we based it on a conservative level of where we were the last few years and how that's been decreasing. And so our assumption is that it's going to decrease again.
Okay.
But that's where we're at with that. We can talk about it later on in that slide.
Question for further discussion on the Transportation Utility Fund. When that was established 7 years ago, it was sold to the public that we would collect the monies and we would spend all those monies in that year for improvements. It seems like we're creating a revenue source there. Did we miss a few years, or are we saving that money for some bigger projects? When that comes up, I'd like an explanation as to why that balance is so high.
Yeah, the easy answer is that every once in a while there's carryover from year to year based on the size of projects. And so, yes, the intent is to use those as they come in, but sometimes there is a carryover. Yeah. We get approximately, what is it, 475,000 a year in transportation utility fee.
As you mentioned, that's why we had a decrease in the TUF fund is due to projects, street projects. We did spend some of the fund balance of that, this in fiscal year 24. So that shows that decrease. And same with the water, we had a few projects going on with the water fund that made that decrease as well. But it looks like majority of the funds have increased a little bit to kind of help with the balance for the city.
I do think it's important to point out, the Admin Finance Committee has been having conversations over this last year about creation of reserve fund policy. And so, again, just because it's sitting there as a fund balance doesn't mean that it's not earmarked for something, whether that's a project in the future or just having that rainy day fund available. We've talked through that and we're drafting policy language that will come before the city council so the council can kind of identify certain thresholds of our fund balance needs to maintain, 180 days of that fund's operating revenue plus some emergency and, things like that. And so, yeah, there are different uses or even within an unrestricted fund balance or different purposes, I should say, that are identified. And so in the past, I know that there's been conversation when you see a big number of dollars in the bank, you go, oh, that's the money we have to spend right now. And that's a little bit of a misnomer, right? That's not true because, again, there's different purposes of having a fund balance. And again, more will come as far as we finalize drafting that recommended policy.
Hey, just for clarity, because from my own understanding, everything in these unrestricted fund balances, that money can be moved around between all of these fund balances or no?
No. Certain funds are considered governmental and other funds are standalone enterprise or business funds. And those enterprise funds, water, sewer, storm drain, sanitation, those monies stay within that utility. Right, it's like a standalone business operation for the water service, the sewer service, et cetera. But things like the general fund, capital projects funds, recreation fund, those are funds that maybe have a little bit more space to move around.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's look at the funds that are restricted.
Okay. It's hard for me to see those. I need to pull it up here. Really, these are restricted for either by federal, state, or local policies, procedures. They are restricted, and they have to be used for these specific purposes. ARPA as mentioned, we do have that one set aside. We didn't gain any this year, obviously. We didn't take any more ARPA funds. That's our current balance. There are things that we have restricted them for, through council that you guys have decided where you guys want to spend the rest of that money. RAP tax has increased, but we also have plans to utilize that.
So what is the date that we have to have all ARPA taken care of, spent, done?
I believe it was December of 26 is when we have to have it all spent.
Okay,
We met that first stipulation of
Uh-huh.
deciding how we want to spend it. And now we have until, I believe it was December 26th. Is that correct, Dave?
Yes.
okay. I think we discussed at one time, using that or utilizing it now and exchanging, what we've set aside it for, using it out of the general fund or whichever one it was. Are we still planning on doing that so that we can just get ARPA off the books here? We've taken care of it, it's done, and then not have to worry about that? or-
There are very specific reports that have to be provided and tied to those council decisions that says this is what it's going to go toward. So if the council wants to change what the ARPA goes toward, then I think that would have to also be a council decision. Again, the decision had to be made of where it would be spent previously.
So all of it will be actually spent by the 20,
It will have to be
26,
spent by the
December
end of
26.
2026,
Okay.
yes. And we've identified where it goes to.
yeah,
There's a couple of projects there that, you're right, have potential delays.
be
and
over
So
it.
we're gonna need
Yeah.
to determine what we do in that case. But all of it has been allocated essentially or determined
Yeah.
where we would spend it. But if we are getting close to that deadline and our next fiscal year, that FY 27 budget conversation, if there's any remaining ARPA money that hasn't been spent on those projects that we've allocated, then we're gonna have to, do something like that where we spend it, and like, and exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Any other questions on that? RAP tax, we have increased our balance there, but we also have a lot of plans based on council's decisions on where to spend that money. Recreation impact, all fees received went to paying off the FAC and the fire station bond. That's why you see that rec impact fee as zero. Storm drain. Let's see. Storm drain, I believe, was set aside for. I'm trying to remember which project that was set aside for.
It's the South Bench Drive. If you remember a few years ago when the first leg of what's now Old Fort Road was built, there was a storm drain portion due there that impact fees could pay for. And there were not impact fees at the time. And so the decision was made to use capital projects money and then have that storm drain impact fee pay that back over time. That happens every once in a while with various funds, and that's another example of it. And so any storm drain impact fees that are coming in right now are finishing paying off that project.
Same with park impact fees. Those are set aside for the Canyon Meadows Park, Canyon Meadows West project that was done, and is paying back the capital project.
sorry to interrupt. So, on that, are we doing a borrow from Peter to pay Paul type of situation? When does that end? Because it sounds like if we're doing impact fees for now, once those dry up, well, now we're in the hole quite a bit.
Yeah, so every capital facilities plan that we have identifies projects that
Right.
that are eligible for impact fees or are not eligible and just on the, utility rates that we have and or the general fund money, depending on which fund. And so any project that is impact fee eligible, meaning there's an impact to the city when that, when residents move in and we need this new infrastructure, you are able to essentially back pay impact fees. So if a project is eligible, you can, and you don't have impact fees in that moment, you can pay it with another fund and let that impact fee as it comes in, because it's not a steady stream. It's only as development occurs and people pay their building fees. I'm not saying it for the council, more for the public, that you are able to then use those impact fees and pay back. So when the project happens, there's an accounting of how much money is for that impact fee. How much of that impact fee is going toward that project, and then we track it over time. So at any point, Brett can say, this is how much money is remaining to be paid from storm drain to that South Bench Drive project, or how much of the park impact fees is remaining to pay off the Canyon Meadows Park project. So we know exactly how much impact fee is still remaining. And once that's paid off, then the impact fees can go to a different project.
Okay, but like you said, we've got a build out for the city. We know how much build out we have left.
Mhm.
And we can only collect impact fees on that remaining build out.
Yes.
So are we budgeting and trying to get everything so that at the end of this, that's going to be at a zero? Or are we going to be left with, we owe this much still on the infrastructure that we've spent on this time, and now the city has a large debt that we have to pay off?
Yeah, I
Because-
see where you're coming from at
Yeah.
the end of build out,
Yeah.
and there's no more impact fees coming in.
Yeah, we're not going to have it. I mean, the projections that we've been showing are anywhere from, 5 to 10 years that we're going to be pretty much close to that and down to just some of the bits. Yeah.
Wayne, did you?
Honestly, a portion of that storm drain project wasn't identified impact fee project. So that portion of that project is being paid by impact fees. We didn't have the impact fees at the time, so capital flipped the bill, and then the impact fees as they come in are reimbursing. So it was more of a future, it's an investment of an identified project.
Mhm.
To your point, there shouldn't be any projects beyond the list of identified impact projects once the final build out happens.
Yeah. And,
But the impact fees won't pay for the 100% of all those projects. Capital funds have to pay for some of it. as well.
okay. But that's still going to kind of leave us at a
Yep.
debt at the end.
Okay. We'll have a need, a capital need for some of those projects that impact fees can't cover all of it. They only cover their portion of the increase.
So knowing that's coming, and questioning the time that it's going to happen in, are we starting to look at that as part of a debt that we're going to be servicing, come in 10 years? Or are we still just doing, a couple of years ahead? How far into the future are we looking at that debt?
5 years.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Public safety is the same way. They're paying off the bond as well for the FAC and fire station. And that's why that balance is at zero as well. Any questions on the other impact fees or restricted balances?
When was the last time we reviewed our public safety impact fees? Was that when we just redid everything recently? Were those ones looked at as well?
I don't remember. I don't think we've updated our public safety impact fee while I've been here.
So the majority of that is just going to pay off the fire station. And public safety impact fees can only be used or developed for like buildings, not for, like a fire truck or any other, personnel or anything like that. So it's kind of a fixed number that we're
Okay.
just paying off. So it's not like we could,
It's not like
Updated.
some of the other ones that we reevaluate and go, this is.
right, because there's new
larger.
projects and things like that. There's no new project on this.
Okay. Thank you.
Moving on to our FY 26 draft budget. This is the projected resources of those revenues for 26. And as mentioned, there's a lot of different, the biggest is the charges for services. And we also expect there's going to be a lot of property tax and sales tax coming in from that. We do expect and we'll go into it a little bit deeper, but sales tax is one of those that we weren't quite sure due to the general RV and the loss of taxes that we'll be getting from the gravel pit. So it's hard to kind of estimate that amount, but we tried to do the best we could to provide numbers to you today. As we get closer to that budget, we'll probably be able to do a little bit more projections on that.
Do you think we can contact Staker Parsons and find out what their projections are? Do you think they would share that with us?
They have in the past, yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So is that based more on the quarterly then, right now?
They basically said they're almost at zero activity there in the Staker Parson pit.
Okay, and they plan that that's going to be that same way for the, okay. Yeah,
Yeah, so that's kind of where the numbers, when we get into it, you'll see that the sales tax has gone down. But then we also try to project expectations for general RV. We have no history of that, so we have no clue how to base that. They've given us some idea on what their expectations are, but when in reality, we have no idea where that is.
We've tried to be super conservative with the sales tax number. In the past, we have only budgeted sales tax revenue based on money that's already been received in a previous year. We've never, even if a projection shows might be more, we've never budgeted into that increase, only what has actually been received at some point. And that's just a conservative way to do it. And we've done that as well. And so we'll see sales tax changes. It's always more volatile than what than what you anticipate, but.
so question for you and the mayor then. Is there a limit in state law that says you're not excavating, you're not covered under gravel pit? I mean, if you're just a processing plant, you might not fall under that whole protected class now. Is there a level for that?
I don't know. That's a great question.
Yeah. So as long as you've been a gravel pit before, even if you're not doing anything else, it still counts as it? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Just want to add a couple of notes onto this, maybe for the public or maybe for my own benefit, but the charges for services, that 51% of the revenue, most of those are our enterprise funds, water, sewer, garbage, things of that nature. There's not a lot of general fund monies in the charges for services. Property tax being 14% of our revenue. So we're not one of the highest property tax entities in the county. And we're basically, our general funds living off of 32%. Sales tax, property tax is what pretty much our general funds operate on. The others are a very small portion of that. It's just another way of looking at those numbers.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad you point that out. The next slide does break down that charges for service because that's, half of our revenue. And
I was just getting ahead of the game. Sorry.
well played.
You're good.
You knew exactly what was coming, and that is, let's break down those charges for service, and you'll see that, water sales, sewer revenue, storm drain, right? Those are the funds, right? It's a service fee for a service received. And even some of the general fund type line items or fees like subdivision review, that hits the general fund, but it's still a fee for a service. And so the category charges for service, that's anytime you're paying a city fee. And those fees by state law only cover the cost for the service. They're not revenue generators. And that's an important distinction as well.
Are there any of these that you have questions on? You can see that, as Dave mentioned, those are our utility fees are where we're collecting most of our revenue.
If it'll help out, I'll buy a history book.
History books, nobody bought one. Exactly.
0% effect. I'm more than willing to pay my fair share.
Other questions on the charges breakdown? All right.
Just one, as I look at all of the other cities and get bored on my computer and go through all of their fee schedules and stuff, they have, in a couple of cases, higher fees. I know a lot of these, like ambulance and things, are controlled by the state level, but especially in like the subdivision reviews and those kind of things, they have multiple fees that are inside there to make sure that it pays for that entire employee's work that they're doing for those, so that it doesn't cost the rest of the city. When was the last time that we looked at that to see if, by man hour, if we're actually getting what we need to out of it?
Development specific?
Development is a good place to start because that's the one that I know from investigating, but everything else, have we done? I know we did a look at the fee schedule for some of the utilities and some of the water and those kind of things, which makes sense because they're by far the biggest. Have we checked some of these other ones that are, lower that maybe shouldn't be?
The short answer is we do look at them. How frequently we get to those is probably dependent on each fee. Development specifically, Brandon and Lance have taken that on recently to say, we want to update our consolidated fee schedule on the development fees. If you look at that, I think it's a little bit convoluted for the property owner, the builder, and sometimes even for the city to charge those and calculate them. And so we think we can simplify that and, cover costs better. I'm not saying we're not covering costs, but to simplify that and review that. Brandon, you want to start that?
Sure. It may look artificially low. And the reason I say that is because any of my time that's spent, since I'm a consultant, just is a straight pass-through. So when I send my invoices for the time that I've spent specifically on that particular development, the developer just pays for that. So whatever that amount of time is. So that's not like a fee necessarily that the city is like collecting with an application or something. So what developers are actually paying is, it would be higher than that when you add in my time.
So if we had a salaried city engineer that just handled these kind of things, that would be included in it. Instead, here we have a direct pass-through for your billing straight to them.
Correct.
And that's why it doesn't show it on there. Okay.
Yes, but what Dave is alluding to is we have talked about the idea of potentially changing that a little bit and having where they pay a fee up front that anticipates all of that, would make the tracking of things and the billing that the staff has to do for collecting all of that a little easier.
Yeah.
So the plan would be to bring a proposal to do something to that effect in the future for the council to consider.
I've been working on that, so keep me involved in it. I can send you guys the stuff that I've seen specifically from the other cities. I got a huge Excel spreadsheet with it on it, so that way you guys can at least use that.
Okay, thank you.
Basically, all of the fees that the cities charge for every step of the development process. So
Neighboring cities?
yeah. So it's including things like the application fee, and they do have a couple of other applications for different things, and they charge different levels for that. And that, I'm assuming, is based on the amount of time that it's, so
I can address the ambulance service if you'd like.
that's a state one, isn't it?
Well, no, there's two aspects of this. The state sets the flat rate,
Uh-huh.
and then we set our rate for supplies. So there's a standard state rate, there's mileage, it's set by the state. Every 6 months, I go through and I look at what our medical supplies are costing us, and if those have increased, then we pass that increase on to the bill. And then I also meet every 6 months with our ambulance billing company, and we go through where our current rates are. The state doesn't allow for price fixing or anything like that, so I can't look at what Layton's charging or look at what Ogden's charging. But based on what it looks like the market's doing as far as the cost of supplies, we'll make those adjustments and pass those on. And so the fixed rate will always be fixed, but we're always trying to stay ahead of price increases for supplies every 6 months.
Okay, thank you.
I know Curtis isn't here, but he is looking at the different fees that he charges for the programs that he runs over there. I think he's waiting till this soccer season is done, then he's gonna start reviewing a lot of those, and hopefully we can have updates for that for this next year's budget.
Yeah, we actually have started raising some of the fees. We did that at the beginning of last year, raised a bunch of them in the fee schedule, I think like $5. And then we're trying to get some revenue by selling water, refreshments, all of those kind of things at the gym, at the Family Activity Center. So I can also buy a water if it'll help.
It's all so generous. I like it. I think it is important. I think it is important to maybe restate or try to state it very clearly that, you know, our fees are based on our service level and our costs. And so it's valuable to know what the market is for other cities and things. We do look at that quite frequently. But ultimately, just because another city charges it at whatever rate doesn't mean we can. And that argument goes for all kinds of things, right? When we have a property tax conversation, it's, well, we've got to cover our costs. It's not based on other cities. But the comparison is interesting and it's valuable, and we do gain a lot from that. But ultimately, it's what's our cost for that service, and that's what we can charge for it, because again, it's not a moneymaker. Okay, let's go to the next item. Now we're going to look at the expenses. How are the expenses broken down? And you'll see that it goes all kinds of stuff, right? And this is just evidence, I think, of all of the different services that the city provides. And any questions or comments about how that pie is broken up, where the money goes to in the city?
I think it's very close. If you notice, the water and sewer, those enterprise type of funds, what they're receiving in revenue is, that's where the expenses are as well. So it's kind of a one-to-one for that. And then your general type stuff and capital expenditures, that's just part of that 35% as we were talking about earlier.
I'm sorry to be speaking so much. Y'all are used to it, right? Under debt service, it's only a 6%, especially with the new debt we accrued this last year with the bond going down for the Public Works building. Is that kind of low for what we've already spent on it, or because I would assume that would be part of the debt that we need to be tackling right now. Is it?
Yeah, the total debt payments that we make each year on the bonds, I want to say, is right about $1 million as a total number. And we have a slide that's specific to the liabilities the city has and the 3 bonds that we have that shows the principal payment, the interest payment, and what that total is. But it's right around $1 million a year.
And that,
with the $700,000 that is attributable to the Public Works facility.
and 6% is enough to take care of all of that?
That is
Has
just
been,
a
I guess.
specific, yeah, that's a
Okay.
specific number for the debt service payments.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I was expecting it to be higher, but I like seeing it, especially with the spend the city has been doing, that it's only 6% of the entire budget on it. That makes me very happy on it, because from the numbers, I would have expected that to have been a much higher number going forward, so.
Our revenue is 15 million.
Will you speak in the mic, Wayne?
13 million is 1.3. So
Yeah.
6% is about $800,000.
Yeah.
I'm talking loud enough now.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, let's slide into the recap of where we are. The recap of where we are in our current fiscal year. So we tried to take numbers up through December 31st. So it's basically 6 months of the year, half of the fiscal year. And I probably should have used this slide previously because some of the conversations we've had, I think this is really helpful. For me, this helps me wrap my mind around how city finances work, maybe as good as any visual. We've talked about that total budget, that all of the different funds that we have are aggregated into that total number. It's really broken down into governmental services and then business services, otherwise known as enterprise services or enterprise funds. Under governmental services, you have the general fund, capital projects fund, and what are known as special revenue funds. And all of these fees for service that we talked about, like recreation or the recreation specifically, that's a good example of a special revenue fund. It's a governmental activity. It's underneath that governmental services side of the house, and yet it has a fee for service. Where the general fund and the capital projects, by definition, the general fund in state code is if it doesn't go to a different fund, it goes in the general fund. I've broken that down by the actual dollar, so you can see where that money is within our total budget. And again, we have a whole bunch of pots of money that equals 13.4 million, not 13.4 million we can spend on whatever we want. The governmental side of the house is just a little bit bigger than the business side of the house. And then you can see how that's broken down by the general fund. Capital projects, this is by expenses. And if you remember, we did not put a lot of projects into our capital projects fund this year because we're trying to save money for the 73-75 project. And so we did not budget a lot. That's why that number is low. The capital projects expenses goes up and down every year. And so one year you could see a large budget, the next year you could see a small budget, and mostly it's due to what projects we are targeting that year. So if you look at budget history, you can see some years are up and down and you'd go, why is this not, a nice clean trend? And most of it is due to projects. We broke down the special revenue. You can see we've got a number of those. All the impact fees are considered special revenue, as well as the transportation utility fee is considered a special revenue. Sorry, the transportation utility fund is a special revenue fund. You've got the utility fee and you've got other monies that go into that fund. So when we say tough, sometimes we mean the fee, sometimes we mean the fund. In this case, it's the fund. And then you can see that breakdown of water, sewer, storm drain, and sanitation, which are the four enterprise funds. Impact fees related to those all go into the same fund, right? We don't have a water fund for operations and a water fund for projects. It's all the same fund. So again, looking at history, you can see water, sewer, storm drain go up and down based on how many projects we do that year, because it all shows up in that same fund. Questions about breakdown? The visuals on the left side and the right side are trying to help show what types of services are considered governmental and which ones are those enterprise.
When we do this chart again as we move forward, can we have this broken down just to match that so we can kind of see it, just so that we can, at least for me?
This chart,
Yeah.
the breakdown of fees,
Yeah. So by,
show which fund it hits.
that would just be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is a quick recap of where we're at this year. The visual is mostly to show kind of the trend that we're bringing in more revenue than we are expending year over year, right? We have to show a balanced budget, which shows that every dollar we bring, every dollar has a plan. And some of those plans are put it into the fund balance for a future project or, things like that. But it shows contribution to fund balance as an expense. So every budget that we have shows exactly dollar for dollar. In the end, the revenues are always coming in higher than expenses. And that is a credit to the department heads sitting in this room. We have conversation about, expense process and things like that. And they are constantly looking at need, not just was it budgeted for. And I think that's really important that, we budget based on, lots of different factors. But then as we go through that budget, they are really good about evaluating whether or not that's truly a need in that moment. And we're able to reduce expenses over the year. And because we budget our revenues very conservatively, many times we have more revenues than anticipated or projected. And therefore we create this, kind of surplus, which then becomes money that can be used for projects in the future. It's not money that you can plan on year after year as a specific dollar figure, but it is money that then becomes kind of one-time money that we can use for projects in the future. Questions about that topic in general?
So is this based on a departmental's operating maintenance budget? Their annual gravity issues, this is how much it costs to run this department? Or does this, with the actual expenditures, also include projects, replacement equipment, new buildings, anything like that?
Everything. It includes all of those expenses. You'll notice that the far end, we put that number in because it's halfway through the year, right? It does a sharp decrease because that's only half the year. On the left side of the slide, shows projects that or programs that we've already tackled so far this year. We've installed the parks cameras at the restrooms. The Cedar Grove Playground has already been installed. We've ordered the dump truck. The FAC scoreboard is going to be installed, I think, this week or next week. They finally got that scheduled. Curtis would have to speak to that specifically. But then there's other projects and programs that we've identified that are still kind of in progress and haven't fully hit the light of day with the council yet. Obviously, the Public Works facility is in progress there. The streetlight replacement program is an ongoing one. The lawnmower program we've discussed. The curb gutter sidewalk repair is again one that we do each year. We've got a few studies that are in place that we budgeted for in our current fiscal year. Water, sewer, and transportation utility fee are all in progress. There's a lot of elements to that. And let me explain all of the acronyms. The CFP is our capital facilities plan. Once you've done that, you can identify the impact fee facilities plan, right? Which projects are impact fee eligible. And then you can do an impact fee analysis to determine how much your impact fee should be in order to pay for those projects. And then once you've done that, you also want to do a rate study for current utility users. So it's a lot of dominoes, but those are in progress right now.
So I'm going to harp on this point. If this is not a true representation then of all the departments with here's their maintenance, here's their operational cost for every year. I think this slide really is kind of mistelling because there's a lot of departments that don't have big expenditures, that don't need them. And there's others that do, but like you said, any of those should be falling under capital projects. They should be something that it's either going to be a new building, it's got to be a repair, it's got to be a one-time purchase that's going to help. And most of these things over here do come down as capital projects, but on this, which is the important one of this is how much the city is bringing in, this is how much our departments are running at, and then another line that shows this is what our capital projects are doing for it. Because like you said, there's different revenue, different funds that all of these things are going to be coming through for. And with this, I can't tell if we are overspending or if we're putting things in for capital and then spending it once we've got that project funded for. So it kind of makes it, it doesn't provide what I was looking for on it.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is just a summary of
Right,
all of it.
and
the
you said that this
departmental
is a time
breakdown
for the
comes later.
discussion
Yeah,
on the
let's do it.
information that we have. So it's not a criticism. I'm not trying to do that. I hope you understand that. I'm just trying to say that to help us do our job and to be able to really understand where those levels are, that kind of information would be really helpful going forward before we get into this. Oh, sorry.
Maybe my take on that would take your red line, which is your total actual expenses, and maybe have break that into three other lines. What's the capital expenditures line doing? What's the operating expense line doing? What are, the other tags that Joel's come up with? So you maybe have two or three lines that the summation equals the red, but it'd be nice to know which one's controlling the red, is what I'm understanding Joel to say.
Yeah. My key takeaway here is it's valuable to understand operating costs versus project and capital costs and separating those out and seeing them distinctly. Yeah. Great. You can see a couple other things that are in process. The forklift order, so that'll be ready for the new Public Works facility. I know Brian's already gotten a quote on that, and it was cheaper than what we'd anticipated, so I'm happy about that.
What's the lead time on those? Do we know? It'll just be here before August.
They've got one sitting there, actually, so.
Thank you.
Yep. We'll be good with that. The water line replacement, we're hoping to have that done this spring. And so that's why that's still on the list. And then the storm drain audit, is ongoing. I don't know if we've talked a ton about that audit process publicly, but we've had some email updates about what that is. Essentially, our permit for storm drain, every once in a while, the state comes in and looks at your storm drain operations and really does kind of a fine tooth comb look at standard operating procedures and all of these things and what kind of level of documentation you have. And they're quite thorough, I will say. And we ended up with a list of 78 individual kind of tasks or line items. And some of those are kind of lumped together in one action will take care of multiples. But we have sent our plan back for all of those. The state's approved it, and we're just in process. Each month, we've identified a certain number to check off that list, and we're going month by month. And we met the other day and said, "Here's February's list. These are all the tasks. Who's going to take care of them?" And then we meet partway through the month to make sure those things are happening. And so we're just checking that off. But that is quite an extensive process, and so again, we're working through that. Let's go a couple of pictures just because they're really fun, right? The Cedar Cove Playground. I will say this, we talked about when we budgeted wrap tax for this, the potential of having enough money to also do Cherry Farms, but that was not initially part of the budget. Well, Shay has been looking at that and got an updated quote, and Brett was looking at the revenues that have come in for wrap tax, and we do have enough money to do that this spring. So a budget amendment will be coming forward, I believe February 25th, our next city council meeting, to be able to do that this spring. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Is it going to be similar to this picture?
It will be, no, it will be bigger.
Okay, good.
Yep, it'll be bigger.
That's fantastic, because I have received so many emails from one specific mom saying that it needs to be replaced. So this is exciting. Go for it.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. Shay's done some really good work on that, and actually was able to bring down the cost of that one from what we had originally anticipated as well. So yeah, that will be exciting. For the cost of a playground, there's a lot that goes into that. Yeah.
I have no idea that they were that expensive, because in my mind, it's like they should not cost that much at all. So.
Yeah.
part of it that she's done is by utilizing grants. And that's one of the things that I asked for, and I hope we see throughout the rest of the packet, is any other grants and those that have applied for them and those that haven't yet, and what our plan is on that. So,
I mean, there's not a slide specifically that lists grants. You know, grants are available in lots of different areas and
lots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Even if we can just put that departmentally as we go forward again. Because I think it's important we see,
Well, I'll take a second on grants because I think there's a philosophical conversation to have about grants. Because even since I've been here, there's been a time where we have identified grants and then we've tried to fit projects to meet the grants. There's other times where we've said, we're going to identify our project list. And if our projects qualify or have grants that work for those, then we will pursue grants that help us in our priority list. But there have been times where that priority list changes, and not a bad thing, just we'll pick a project lower on the list simply because we're trying to have it fit into a grant. And so philosophically, I think that conversation from the council of how aggressive do we want to be on grants to the point that it might change our priority list versus let's know what are out there. And when we have a project that we know qualifies, let's go to it. Because there's plenty of grants that we don't necessarily qualify for based on the project that's the next one on our list.
and might I suggest that we put that list and the size of our budget and the size of our town into a very nice artificial intelligence that can then go through and do the searching for us and find ones that will match exactly that. There is a lot of strength in that. I've been doing that for some business grants and business loans lately. And yeah, my buddy Chat has done a fantastic job of providing the grants, which ones are available, which ones not, the dates are available, every type of detail you could want on it very specifically. And I'm sure with the city ones, they're that way too. At least that way, then the conversation of what are the general grants that we can get and apply for, and what are the very specific grants that may or may not apply to us, can be handled by a superintelligence instead of not being done. So.
Just an average intelligence.
No, I'm just saying, they're, right,
No,
no, I'm saying right now, I don't mean that at all towards you.
No, I'm
And-
sorry.
No, it's okay. See, exactly.
There's a
No, I'm
tool
just
there.
saying that
Yeah.
we're not doing them right now. We have in our mind, and we've talked about it for years now, and Shay has been the one that's really gone and taken a lead and just pushed forward until she found some of these things. There's grants we've talked about for the Memorial Park and being able to upgrade that and doing a lot of things with the Veterans Association. What was it, Farmington? They did a fantastic new park just based on that was all paid for in grants. Draper did the same thing with a accessible park for everyone to be able to come in and play regardless if you had any type of handicap or capable or so there's all of these grants out there that I think when we as we do the daily business, we don't first think, okay, what can we find out there that could do it? So, and if Brandon, you need some prompts, I can tell you because I can hear Chad in my ear when somebody else brings them up. Thank you.
Brandon just started on that, so
Told you.
jumped right on it.
I told you. I've written some prompts for it if you do want, so honestly.
Yep, we're on grants. Let's do it.
So last year we got that roughly 75 grand in mental health grant. And then I'm applying for a grant right now. I'm just waiting for a letter from Sheriff Sparks for half of our side by side to be covered. Whether we get that or not, I'm not going to hold my breath on it because there's parts of it where I don't know if we necessarily meet the criteria, but we're still gonna give it our best shot. And so I've written the entire grant. All I need is that letter and I'll submit it.
Thank you.
I am definitely not opposed to utilizing technology to go for other grants, but I feel like as a whole, any grants that we are, I know that the fire department has their ears open all the time and looking for grants, and other departments as well. We've done it for trails, we've done it for stuff. So I think I just want to make sure it's clear that we are trying to utilize any grants that are available to us, and we've done it for different parks projects too. It's not like as a city, we're ignoring that option.
Agree to disagree. Because
All
I
right,
think
well,
that.
I do agree to disagree too then.
No, I'm just saying that there's enough grants out there that if we put a lot of time and effort, we see that those that do seem to get them. So,
Well, we've received grants in the past. We've also been denied plenty of grant applications. And so we don't necessarily talk about those, then we don't get them, but
yeah.
yeah, grants is a funding source that I think we need to utilize.
Yep.
This is an image of the vehicle storage building. That was the first one that went vertical out there on the Public Works site. We still have our regular meetings with the kind of construction team. The material storage is formed and has the cement. It doesn't have the roof on it yet. And then the main structure, main building also has the cement on it, and they're starting to do the vertical on that as well. So we're still anticipating August. That's the date that they keep talking about as far as the construction schedule. So I put 2025 up there, but the joke is which August. Yeah. Okay, let's talk our liability and debt situation here. This image and these numbers show all of the liabilities that the city has. And so it's not just our 3 bonds. The next slide that we have is more specific to the bonds, and that's probably the biggest thing that we talk about when we talk debt. There are other liabilities that organizations have. For example, vacation hours that employees get. That's considered a liability if somebody were to leave and you had to pay all that out at one point. So that's considered a liability on the city's books. Other things like that show up, but that's a more detailed slide. I think the next one is probably a little bit more easy to understand and hits the heart a little bit more than all of that debt information. The 3 projects that we have bonds out for, the fire station and family activities center, that one matures in 2027. Maturity means that's when we pay it off, which is super exciting that that's only a few years away. You can see that we pay just over $100,000 a year on that bond. The water revenue bond, we pay $224,000 a year. That is scheduled to be done in 2039. And then the new local building authority bond for the public works facility is out to 2044. Wayne, you look ready to roll.
Well, we've had a conversation on this, and I know it's not in part of the slides presentation today, but I would encourage 2 things. One, staff report to the council on an annual basis what our debt service ratio is, given the current budget and future cash flow projections. And then I'd also like staff to be able to present to the council what are our bond obligations with the debt service coverage ratio. Do we have to have a minimum? And if we don't, then a ploy to the council that we establish a goal as to what our minimum debt service ratio ought to be as we make plans and decisions moving forward in expenditures, new FTEs and things of that nature. So I think staff's prepared. It would be helpful if they could tell us what our current debt service ratio is for the fiscal year 26 proposal, and or if we know the 25, if we have any of that information.
I have started looking into that. It's not as simple as a private business to do for a governmental side. You have the governmental and the enterprise where you have to work different numbers to get to that debt service ratio. But looking at it, preliminary year right now. For 25, we are at about 1.25. That's give or take, that's not exact, but based on the little time that I've had to look into it and preparing these slides, that's about where we're at.
And I would just tell you, 1.25 is a very good number. 1.15 is typically your minimum. 1.2 is typically a goal. So if we're at 1.25, then that's kudos to staff. Thanks.
Any other questions about bonds? All right, we are moving right along.
I'm sure my voice is loud enough, but just in case. So that first bond matures in 27. Are we able to take that same approach as like a personal debt payoff mentality of like stacking your, like debt stacking? Are we able to do that? So the money we were paying in for that bond, we can now apply that to something else, or is that very specific and that's not really?
Yeah,
an option?
unfortunately, no, because if you remember the impact fees that are designed to pay the bond for the Family Activity Center and the fire
So they
station,
have to go to those.
that's what they
entities,
were designed for. So it's not a revenue source that could then move to something else. Yeah. Great question. That, yeah, the debt stacking to get out of debt is a great process, but unfortunately doesn't work when the bonds are separate and distinct funds. Okay. Let's get into our draft budget overview. Again, we're starting big picture with large numbers and then we'll get into it. I want to point out the importance of recognizing the difference between the funds and then the departments. So when we talk general fund, there's a whole bunch of different departments that are in that fund. And so just knowing that distinction when we're talking fund versus department, because we're going to do a lot of time talking about individual departments. But right now we're still talking broadly by fund. So this is just a visual to show kind of a different way to look at all of the money there as a revenue projection. The total number you'll see is 13.7. If you remember, the fiscal year 25 number was 13.4. And we do have, again, overall, all the aggregate combined, a total increase expected of $330,000, which is 2.5%. Each individual fund is different than that, but that's the overall effect of our current draft budget. And it's important to note that our current draft budget does not include any of the supplemental requests. So this is kind of operations as they are, projects and things like that we need to discuss, but we'll get into projects specifically. And the easy answer for projects is right now, all of the projects being considered are the Public Works Facility and 7375. Those have risen to the level of priority as number one over the other types of projects that we have. And so we don't have a long list well, we do have a long list in our capital facilities plans, but the projects that we're prioritizing are on those lists, but are aggregating into that 7375 project. So just
Okay.
keep that in mind as we go through.
Just to clarify what you just said, those budget numbers up there don't include any of these projected wish lists.
Correct.
This would be above and beyond. Thank you.
Which is a little bit of a different process. So that's why I want to pause here. In the past, I know previous finance directors would essentially put in a bunch of different supplemental requests into the draft budget, and it was kind of assumed that that was just what we were doing. And by request and by process change, we want to identify what is it that we just do, kind of gravity has been described, and then what are the things that would be either new level of service or kind of addition to that. And those are kind of at the discretion of the council. And we wanted to make a distinction there that the supplemental requests really are at the discretion of the council. Department heads obviously feel like those are important, and those are kind of the next things on the list that we need to include in our operations and or, you know, programs or projects, but they are not currently showing in the draft budget. So yeah, important point. I'm glad you put a fine, you know, highlight on that. Questions about this slide at all? Okay, anytime you're drafting a budget, you have to start with some certain assumptions. And so we wanted to highlight those for everybody. This is a budget assumption that holds the property tax rate. Last year, we estimated that to be 5% and it came back as a 3%. This year, we are just estimating that at 3% as a hold the rate. Brett's already started working with the county on trying to get some better estimates there. That is a difficult proposition, but that's the number that we have as property tax increase in total revenue is 3%.
Just quick question, a decision was made to do that. Why did we choose hold the property tax versus hold the dollar?
Because I asked
Just
the mayor
wondering.
which one should we do, and he said, hold the rate.
Okay.
And it goes back to the kind of philosophy that we've established over the last handful of years about not wanting to let the
Yeah,
rate erode by holding the dollar.
okay. I just wanted to know what went into it, so.
Yeah. Other comments or questions there? That's an important point, right, of talking property tax, so I don't want to gloss over that.
So basically what I'm understanding is by holding the property tax rate, we can't maintain our current budget without the additional revenue. Otherwise, we want to keep capitalizing on the property values going up and keep expanding our expenses rather than trying to work within the budget we've established last year.
Say that again. If I am understanding
By
correctly.
holding the property tax rate, you're assuming property values are going to go up. So you're going to try to capitalize on the additional revenue.
Yes.
By capitalizing additional revenue, you're going to try to increase your expenses, or your expenses are increasing, so you're trying to capture enough revenue to be able to pay your bills, rather than live within the budget that we established last year by increasing the property tax rate, reestablishing the rate to what we had back several years prior.
Right. That one.
Rather than let it erode for a couple of years and then reestablish it, you're just trying to take
Just
advantage
maintain
of.
that 1,441 rate, yeah. Which would, like you said, assumes a 3% increase, right? It's an inflationary
Yeah.
battle.
And I guess what I'm trying to get out of staff is, are we trying to save that increase, or are we going to spend that increase? What's the philosophy of staff with that increase?
Without that increase, we probably don't have enough revenue. Yeah, let's take one quick second here to just kind of look at our main revenue sources. Property tax, we just talked about. Sales tax has a few different pieces to it. Obviously, the gravel pit number we've talked about, right, which will decrease. However, general RV is coming, which we anticipate will increase, right? So it kind of offsets. As of right now, we did not project a large number for general RV, waiting to see what that is an actual number rather than project high or whatnot. So we left that kind of as is from a sales tax standpoint. And then the development fees, development revenue is increasing. If you recall, a couple of years ago, we brought those numbers way down because development almost stopped for 2 fiscal years. We've seen that now start to trend up again, and so we're showing some increase in that. Overall, those differences come out to the general fund revenue being lower than it was this year. So again, that's the explanation of why the answer of it's not additional money that would be used for additional things. It would be trying to maintain level of service.
And the cost increases we're anticipating, I guess we might be getting the cart before the horse right here, are salary increases, insurance benefits are going up. Are those the main ones?
That's really the only thing that's kind of across the board. Then each individual department has line items that shift or whatnot, and we'll get into each department and how that
So the
hits.
previous slide, when you show a 2.5% revenue increase or expense increase, maintaining the rate with a 3% assumption, we're trying to capture those costs.
Yes.
Okay.
I've verbalized these other statements already, but questions about the other budget assumptions or statements there? Okay, general fund expenses. Okay, still talking fund and not department yet. This is just an overview of all of the different, on the left, it's an aggregate into the general fund. On the right, it's all of the different departments, but I've tried to highlight there, as you see at the top, general fund departments goes down to parks. Those are all within that general fund number. And then the special revenue fund and the enterprise funds are separated out. But all of the general fund and special revenue, that's all in that governmental side of the house, if you recall. And then the 4 enterprise funds. As of right now, kind of the inflationary costs as we've looked at them gives an overall increase in the general fund of $27,000 as an increase expense, which is less than 1%. The first question is probably, why is fire decreasing by the amount that it is? And that is pulling out the wildland revenue and expenses that we had in there previously. Essentially removing that entirely ends up with an overall decrease of the fire department, $84,500. We can, again, this is kind of a summary, and then we'll go department by department of what is getting into those numbers and what are the main factors that are affecting those things. But is there any statement or question broadly at this point?
I would like to see administrative broken out a lot more than that. Because there's so many different, I know it's one department. Recreation and parks, they're completely different funds and different things that go on with them. Is administrative in any way, shape or form that same? Can it be broken down further? Is there any separation in the funds, the fees, the costs, anything that could break it down further?
Potentially, that's just the department number as it has been in the budget, right? If you look in the budget.
Right, so
Yeah.
it hasn't been looked at. So, because under that, I believe is code enforcement, the building and, yeah, that's got to
Code
be on
enforcement's in community services, down a couple of lines.
Oh, okay. What's Lance in the building?
That's community services.
Also down there?
Lance and Charlotte and even Shaylee are in community services department.
Oh, so what is in administrative then?
That's me, that's finance, that's courts, that's HR functions. That's anything that's kind of, I mean, we can get into all the individual line items there, but that's anything that's kind of a cross-departmental function, hits administrative.
Okay. Yeah, we can talk offline on that. I'm just trying to understand that a little bit better.
Under the enterprise funds, with those anticipated increases in expenses, is it anticipated we're going to be increasing any of the fees in those enterprise funds to compensate that, or are those funds going to absorb those increases?
Brett, did you want to speak to that?
At this point, It's just me keeping the status quo as what it was last year. We haven't included because we haven't had discussions on increased fees. This is keeping it as is. And as we have those discussions, we can go back and adjust the budget as necessary.
I think from past process, the committees have essentially looked at that to say, do we need to recommend to the full council a utility rate increase or not? And so we haven't touched that yet as staff.
At this point, these increases are just salary benefits. That's where that is.
Pulling together conversations where we talked about maintaining a property tax rate to cover increased expenses. My mind went to, okay, now we got enterprise funds, we got increased expenses. Are the fees going to be considered? And what I'm hearing you to say is the Municipal Utilities Committee will be taking a look at that.
Unless the council now wants to give direction to that committee. All right. Okay. Before we get into the individual department slides, this is the moment to boom.
Okay, we had a short break there. We'll get back going again here on our budget retreat. I did fail to mention that Councilman Howerson is not here today. He's on a business adventure that he needed to take care of and was unable to be with us today. He's out of the state. So with that, Dave, we'll turn the time back to you.
Thank you. We are getting into the section of the discussion to overview all of the supplemental budget requests. So I also put a list in front of you to list all of them so you can see all of the details that'll be on the slides. I've broken it up so you can see a total number based on whether they're operational, if it's vehicles and equipment, or if it's a capital project expense. And those total amounts. There's 15 supplemental requests. And again, this is, to use Wayne's word earlier, this is kind of the wish list. These are the items that staff has identified as current and or future need that we'd like to discuss.
Sorry. Are you looking for direction from this council today as to go or no go on each one of these 15?
No, not necessarily. Today is more of an explanation and an understanding of what those projects are and what the items are. If it is a clear, that doesn't make the list, great, we'll take that. But you don't have to make that call today. Obviously, any of these that you say, yeah, that's a priority, then the conversation is, how do we make that happen, knowing our revenue situation? So.
Quick question on that.
Yep.
So on here, I don't see specifically the annual pay increase that we do for staff if we're going to do it, and how much it is. Is that something that comes on later on and we do an amendment for it? I mean, I can't remember the separation and why it wouldn't be included in here, even if it was amendment later on.
The reason it's not included is because when we talked about it last year in the retreat, we were asked specifically not to bring a number forward during this portion of the budget process.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at each one of those types. Operational. Payment in lieu is a benefit to employees. When employees do not select health insurance with the city, they are paid a payment in lieu of them selecting that insurance. That payment is currently $400 a month, which is a whole lot less than paying any of our insurance plans, single, two-party, or family plans. And so the idea here is to increase that monthly amount from $400 a month to $500 a month, which would be a total ongoing amount of $10,000 a year. That's what that request is. I'm happy to answer questions as we go and talk about them, or if you want me to just give kind of an overview and then we talk about them in the department, because each one of these shows up within its own department as we get into the individual department budgets. So I'm happy to do that either way. We can talk about them now, or we can do it with the department.
My question is more of a definition one. So payment in lieu, you're not considering that part of the operational budget for the department. This you're saying is a completely separate one that we have to increase every year. How's that not?
It would be operational. So if you notice when the type is ongoing, when it says ongoing, that's another word for operational in my mind. That this is an operational request, that it would be ongoing $10,000 every year, unless that amount changed by the council in the future, if you chose to do more of a benefit. Does that make sense?
But it's not one that we can just say no to?
Any of these you can say no to. Yeah.
Well, sorry, are we saying no to the increase of $100? Or are we saying no to the whole program? Because what I'm
An
understanding here is,
increase of 100.
because I understand this is a program where you have you have an employee who has a working spouse, and the spouse or partner has a better insurance program what the city's offering. So they're gonna elect their insurance to their other person and they're gonna get paid for the city for not taking the insurance, even though it's
Yes.
cheaper for the city. It would even be more cheaper for the city if we didn't offer. They didn't want it, they don't get it.
Well-
It's cost zero. So why would we be putting any money to it? They have to choose one or the other.
Well, though this is a program that,
They're not, I mean, you're saving money by not paying it. Why not give them the benefit? I have a couple that literally, if they don't get it, they'll just go back and take it. So instead of 400 a month, it would be 2,000 a month. I mean, if they're equal, why not give them that benefit?
I'm not questioning the program. I'm just trying to understand the basis of the program.
the request is only the $100 a month increase because the program's already in place. But the basis of the program is, it's an incentive for employees to not take our insurance if they have another option. And maybe it's a spouse, maybe it's a different scenario. But by having an option for them or an incentive for them to not take our insurance, it saves the city money, not costs us more. Because we've had employees in the past that basically take double coverage, right? And rather than choosing double coverage, they select one insurance plan. And this is an incentive for them to do that.
What's our percentage of employees who take advantage of this program?
We're probably, we're over 25%.
35?
Over 25% of our employees elect this.
So this would be an increase of 10,000. How much are we spending on this annually versus how much would we spend on our insurance? I mean, is it a fifth of the percent, 20% cost of what the insurance would be?
The family plan for insurance, one individual, this is off the top of my head, so it's ballpark, but I want to say it's about 23,000 a year. Yeah, Tia's shaking her head. The family plan is about $23,000 a year.
Okay.
And so this would be an employee right now receiving 4,800 a year, moving that to 6,000 a year. So it's $1,200 per employee, and I want to say we have 6 or 7 of our 21 full-time employees that are doing that. So that's why I say over 25%.
Okay, perfect.
What was the logic around moving it up? Is it, are we trying to keep it as a certain percentage of the cost or to entice more people to take advantage? Like what's the?
Mostly market rates. We have talked internally about the idea of making it a percentage of the plan. So then we wouldn't have to have this conversation every year. If we just chose, it's X percent of the family plan or the single plan or something like that, we could tie it to whatever those annual increases are through health insurance. But right now it's just a static number at 400, and it felt like it was an appropriate time to have the discussion of moving that up just because of, market changes and cost of insurance changes.
So with this, do you anticipate any other employees switching to this program with the $100 increase?
I haven't had any specific conversations.
So
You're shaking your head that there might be. Oh, 8.
okay. So roughly it's costing the city 25% what it would if we insured them. Okay.
Yes. And an employee that selects this instead of selecting insurance, it is a benefit for the city.
Okay, now I'm going to get into the weeds. Is this shown as wages and salaries, or is this shown as, are they being taxed on this money? As wages and salaries, or does it come in as a benefit, or what kind of a money is it showing their W-2? Okay,
It's not wages and they're not being taxed on it.
Does that make it like an HSA or something or similar?
they should be taxed on it.
There are taxed on it. Sorry. I was thinking of, sorry, we changed. He's like, wait a second. Yes, they are taxed on it. But sorry, I'm thinking of retirement benefits. Sorry.
I was gonna say, did they get,
Not part of a retirement benefit.
not retired? Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring it up.
Good discussion. Next one. Code enforcement officer. We have at the end of our discussion today to talk completely about our code enforcement program. And so we may not need to get too far into this one, but this is essentially an estimated cost if we were to hire a part-time code enforcement officer at approximately 20 hours a week. That's where that number came from.
And just one more clarification, this is in order of what you would like, staff request.
Yes.
So 1 is your most important, 15 is your bottom of the list request.
No, not exactly. They're by category. So they're listed in priority by category.
Okay,
And so now within the operational request, it is kind of in a prioritized
Okay.
order based on staff's opinion. But then the council gets to determine whether the vehicle and capital requests, where they fit with the operational request. You look ready to say something, Wayne, go for it.
I know there's been discussions out there about code enforcement, and I wasn't here for a 2-year period, but wasn't code enforcement a responsibility, an essential responsibility of a current position? And it's just not getting addressed?
Yeah, that's a succinct way to say it. I've got a slide in again, as we talk about code enforcement program, I can jump to that now if you'd prefer. I'm fine with that. But it has the history of that position. And there was a period of time where we had a part-time code enforcement officer. Most of the time in the city's history where code enforcement has been discussed, it has been part of a full-time person's job. And that's the status quo. That's our current situation, is that it's part of a full-time position's job. Specifically, our community services manager, who over the last year has had little time for that. Part of that is just the other requirements and development pressures and things like that have come. Whenever a development project comes in, we have timelines that we have to follow for response and things like that. It's easy for that to fall off the list. I will say this, and this is directly from our manager's mouth on that. Now that Charlotte is up and running and functioning well, we've had turnover in her position as well as the manager position. They both now are in a position and feeling comfortable to the point where time is being freed up, and there will be an increased level of code enforcement activity in our current status quo, but acknowledging over the last period of time that there has been little emphasis and or ability to put time toward it. So, yes.
Okay. Can I interject here?
Please.
So this probably got put on the list. I asked Dave to put this on the list. I think we need to decide, are we good with the status quo on our code enforcement? I don't know about each one of you, but I'm hit at least on a weekly basis by one person or more saying how terrible our code enforcement is. It's not being done properly. We've got all of these codes in the city, but we're not enforcing them. So why do we have these codes if we're not going to enforce them? The time that I've been in here, it has just seemed each year to become less and less that we're getting anyone out doing any, and we've tried different things with the staff that we've got, and it's not working. But maybe the rest of you are okay with that. I'm not. I think that we need to do more on code enforcement. What I would like to do, and this is just throwing this out as a proposal, would be to create a new position for a code enforcer and a building inspector. Have him do the two. I don't know what we're paying Shamskota. Do you know what we paid them last year?
I'd have to look that up.
If we took the
specifically.
money that we spent for the inspections that they do, I think we could almost pay for having him do the two code enforcement. and building inspection. I think that would be worth looking at. Mark, what do you think of that? Yeah, we can hire an inspector. Last time we tried. Just couldn't touch anybody? But I think that's an option that we ought to look at. So that's,
I agree that code enforcement has been lacking. I guess the reason I bring it up is it a lack of time or is it a lack of priority on behalf of the current staff? Either way, I think if we get a new position or not, it needs to be elevated. The priority needs to be elevated and not, it's just a matter of convenience. I know no one wants to go out and have to enforce code and make people unhappy. Yet it's always easy to hide behind, oh, I'm busy doing this and this and this and this and this. So not having a utilization rate or not knowing what the utilizations are for their given job, how many hours they're spending on different tasks, it's hard for us to know that. So we're trusting in your management of staff that it is a priority, it's just they can't get to it because there are higher priorities.
That's the easy answer. I think there's a lot of nuance to that answer, but to summarize it, that summarizes it well, that especially over the last year with the turnover that we've had in both the kind of building technician position, right? Helping community services processes, as well as our community development manager and the time requirements on the job. It has been pushed. So I think that's easy. That's the easy answer. So when I say he came to me and said, I want you to know that my time is starting to free because of training and whatnot, right? Some of those costs of turnover have been a part of that. So I think we will see an increased level naturally because of that. But to the question of, is that enough? The expectation is about 10 hours a week of a full-time employee's job. That was the expectation of previous employee and current employee. And I'll say this about 10 hours a week is that's still reactionary. That's responding to calls or complaints. It's not an active patrol level of code enforcement because the nature of code enforcement and the follow-up requirements afterwards, you'd feel like if you went out for 2 hours and drove the city, you'd end up with a laundry list and you'd be able to knock that all out in 10 hours. But just the process takes more time than that. And the follow-up takes more time than that. And so 10 hours a week becomes a respond to calls level of service. And ultimately this is a level of service conversation of, do we need more than that? And I would say if you went to 20 hours a week, that's what this kind of budgetary request is you're looking at somebody who is part-time and that would be their only job duty. But it still would not be the same level of enforcement or intensity of enforcement as having, a full-time employee that's their only job, or in a full-time employee where we'd say 30 hours a week should be your main focus on code enforcement and, the others. And like you said, put that as number one. There's this whole scale, I think, that we get to decide where we want to be on that. And just the nature of having that in community services, which is the appropriate department in my mind. It's a building process and code enforcement process. I think we're limited in our resources right there with current staffing levels. But we could say this is priority number one and everything else has to wait. But other things that means something else is not getting done as well. So it's a tough balance and a tough conversation. I don't think it's an obvious answer necessarily.
I think a couple questions I have on this one specifically, I like your idea, Mayor, about combining those two responsibilities together. If that's possible, I think we should definitely explore that to see if that would make sense. But if we do create a new position, then obviously that frees up capacity on the people who were supposed to be doing this responsibility. So I'd like to understand what we're going to do with that capacity. Does that allow us to do something else that we haven't ever been able to focus on because we've always been focused on something else? So that would be really good to understand that.
I can give you just a top of mind response to that. And when it comes to community development, you have the immediate short-term planning activities, right? Responding to applications is the first and foremost. When an application comes in, we've got certain timelines we have to hit to respond. So it always becomes urgent when anybody walks in and submits an application. But the long-term planning activities, general plan updates and things like that, those always seem to get pushed when you have limited staff. And so we'd get more long-range planning thought than we do currently.
I agree with the mayor's plan. I like that. I don't know if we'd be able to get a building inspector, like Mark said, to be able to do that type of job unless we want to make a stronger investment in it, which I think should be looked into. I guess the problem I have with it, and this is the problem that I've brought up, is that we had a code enforcer, and that was a job description, part-time. He did the job. He spent the time. It was a separate position. And then it kind of got melded in to other positions. I do not think that the question here is, should we hire a code enforcer for the 40 grand? I think the question really should be here is, should we hire a new position for whatever filled his and change the title of it? This is the problem, is that when you have either a part-time or a full-time employee with a specific job title and responsibility, if a priority changes and council is managing the budget, that's a way to go around the budget. That's a way to get another either FTE or part-time that sidesteps a budget increase. At the time when it went to whichever employee or groups of employees, because I know it was kind of mixed up at the time, that should have been brought to city council. Not now that we've filled that dollar with another employee. Code enforcement, which I don't think the council ever would have suggested we lower the service that we provide the citizens on that. I think that one is one that should have been kept and was a decision for the council to make. So I remember all of this going on. I remember seeing it all going on, and I saw things disappear. And I think that's one of the reasons why so many other cities have it so that if there is going to be another employee position, that goes to the council if you're going to create a new employee position. I think code enforcement, I think we have to have it. I really do, whether it's just doing the leash laws, whether it's doing any of these others, but the process can be very easily automated once it has been initiated. So it's not going to take much time, but the only problem that I've had with the last couple is that part of code enforcement is having the guts to go knock on the door. And the first should always be send a letter. Maybe even the second should be send a letter. But at the same time, if you're the one that's going through and you're seeing the park, somebody is letting their dog do this, you need to have somebody that goes over and says it. And if we're not going to do that, then this really is just, it's not a position. It really is just an automated process that we could just add into things that starts on the website for 80% of it, that just automatically sends out those letters. It's not a difficult program. But if we're going to have an officer that does building inspections, that goes out and knocks on those doors when it has to happen, that's the kind of code enforcement we need. So I guess it comes down to what that position really is going to turn out to be, but I do think we need to have it. Oh, I'm gonna be called.
Well, I won't call you a wanker. I want even inside eye roll. You gotta have a person on the ground. I mean, to try and do it all automated, you can send out 4,000 letters and people don't care. We've done that. So you've got to have somebody that's going knocking on the doors. It's gonna take somebody some time. And our code is not the greatest. We need to rework our code. There's a lot to be done, not just code enforcement. They're gonna have to rewrite the code. But right now, don't you have to be an officer to enforce our code at this point? Okay. I thought.
Although the mayor does set it, so there is.
Yeah, I just know there was some concern before about what they could actually do to even enforce our code, so.
Can I just share my perspective on it real quick? I think part of what's hurt us in the past is just having, and you've all kind of touched on this, is just somebody that doesn't have the right personality for it. I think in the past, there's been this approach of the person receiving that letter, we're treating them as the customer, we want to have good customer service. And in the past, we've forgotten, well, no, the 5 other citizens around them that are complaining are the customer and not the person receiving the notice. I think whoever it is, there needs to be a shift in mentality from the city about who the actual customer is in those scenarios. And we need to stop treating the perpetrator as the customer. If that makes sense. I've just witnessed a lot of that back when it was under me.
On, as far as just the history of this program a little bit, I've talked with Mark, I've talked with Derek, I've looked at the past here to try to understand what's taken place before I got here. And basically, prior to 2011, there wasn't much of a program at all, from what I've come to gather. In 2011 and until 2016, it was a portion of a full-time employee's job. From 2016 to 2021 is when we had a set-aside job titled code enforcement officer. They were also the fire marshal at the time.
What year was that?
2016 to 21.
Thank you.
And yeah, I'm avoiding names,
Chris.
but that was who it was. For a period of time, they had another job with the city as the fire marshal, and then they ended up taking a full-time job with Ogden City and only did our code enforcement nights and weekends. And it didn't work out that well. And from a management side, as we started to tighten the screws on that and require more specific reporting and things like that, that's when they chose to leave, because they did not want to, from my perspective, I'm sure there's 2 sides to this story. They did not want to meet those requirements that we were putting on them. So at that point, the conversation was, do we hire another full-time? Do we subsume that back, into a full-time employee's job? And the decision was made to make that part of a full-time employee's job at that time. And who that employee is has now shifted 3 different times since 2021. But in every case, we've struggled with getting that 10 hours a week. And so, I'll acknowledge the managerial aspect of that to maybe push sooner. But once we did start pushing, then that changed that program. And so there were aspects of having that part-time employee with the job title, and that was their only thought, that is very appealing to me. I do wonder or have a concern about being able to find somebody as a part-time code enforcement officer, because that is a job that is somewhat undesirable. And to do that just part-time, I wonder if we're able to. So that's a consideration, not a challenge that can't be overcome necessarily, but I put that on the table as just part of the discussion and the dialogue. So, yeah, we did update our code in 2022. Our code enforcement code, if you recall that, Jamie was involved in those things. So it updated process, it updated fine levels and all of those kinds of things. I don't feel like that You know, at the time we said, give the city all the tools available to them to enforce code. But by state law, there are requirements for timeline and whatnot that people have the chance to cure, right? To fix whatever the problem is before it becomes a citation. The idea of a fix-it ticket, we've discussed plenty of times as staff about, you know, you go give that notice of violation and you have 10 days cure period. If it doesn't get done in 10 days, then, you know, we're going to start fining. We're going to turn that into citation and go through the courts. And that has just been a long process. Even if you start on day 10 to turn that into, you know, the next step, you don't see, well, I will say there are lots of instances where response has been made and people have come into compliance with code, but people don't see those. People see the ones that take time and are not compliant, and those become the poster child for the program. And so, all of that being said, this has been a struggle. This has been a struggle, and I don't think any of us want it to be a struggle, and we're trying to figure out the way to improve it. There's also one other aspect that I think we need to consider when we decide what's our level of intensity on code enforcement. You know, Derek brings up the idea of customer service, and I think customer service is a really valuable and important and key piece of our community. But who we're serving is an important distinction wherever we go from here. The aspect of becoming really hard-nosed with code enforcement and taking a hard line with every instance does have consequences / ramifications of the perception of the community over time, of being hard-nosed and losing that kind of customer service aspect of it. I'm not saying that we shy away from that. I'm just, again, bringing that up as cities I know that take a hard line on everything tend to alienate their citizens over time about being they respond to the complaint, but then they're unresponsive to the circumstances because they just take this hard line and that's how they enforce code. Again, not saying we have to become that, but again, on this scale, just something to consider.
When, I'm gonna ask Mark Larson, when, I'm struggling to remember who our building inspector was before, and he went to a different city. Jason, thank you, Tubbs, yes, okay. How long did we have that position open? Because I do recall it took us a long time and then we switched to Shums Coda.
We advertised probably 6 months. And we
And-
got nothing. I mean,
And we were not the only city in that position,
Yeah,
right? There were several
yeah.
cities looking.
Mhm.
So it's,
yeah,
yeah, there's a lot of investment in there. Is that the same situation that we're in?
yeah, even
Throughout the state?
Shums Coda's sending out, and WC3, they're all sending out notices all the time trying to hire people. Just. What do you say? It's just that-
So if we go
they
to that,
try.
we're not likely to find anyone to do our building inspection anytime
Every
soon.
once in a while, you'll find somebody, who just wants a change or whatever, but like you say, the wages are pretty high. Even Jason Tubbs said he'd come back. We had to like double on, almost triple what we were paying him to get him back, and it's like, we just can't.
This is, on the spot, but what's the amount of, the investment the city has to do for those certifications? Because it's not a cheap process to get them certified, right?
Yeah, well, they're just tests, but there's a lot of hours that go into it. I mean,
So if we were to hire somebody on Monday, how long would it take for them to go through all that testing to be actually able to do it?
could be years. Could be, I mean, some guys, might do it in 6 months, but they're all big tests through the state. You got building, electrical, mechanical, and HVAC or plumbing. So
Okay,
there's 4, and then there's residential and commercial, and then you've got plan check. There's 2 or 3 other certifications you can get. It just depends on what level we want them at.
okay.
If we hired, you'd probably be a lot better to hire somebody just right in because they wouldn't be able to do an inspection until they got them, so they'd just be paying them to go to school.
Okay, so that doesn't look like a very viable option for us.
I disagree.
It would be great if it worked out, so.
Oh, no, I think it would too, but right now,
Inspector and an, a code enforcement officer here on site.
They have no certifications.
I'm assuming
Yeah.
that because if we hire somebody that has all the certifications, we would be paying. I guess you'd either be paying for it at the front end to get them certified, or you'd be paying for them to already have their certifications. So their salary would have to be much larger.
What would be the risk of taking that route of hiring a newbie? They basically work part-time and they do code enforcement and they're going to school for the other part-time and then eventually they get all their certifications. What's the risk of them hopping to another city now that they got all their certifications and now their salary?
Put a requirement on them to pay the city back the cost of those certifications for the first 2 years, so at least you get 2 years of work out of them.
Well, I know
Can't do a non-compete anymore, but you can require the payment back of them, but
Mark Schmidt, Clint Olson and Jason Tubbs, all three did that. Worked here a few years, got the certifications, and then money was a lot better somewhere else and they met their 1-year obligation and we're gone. Which is, like I said, I think it'd be great to have a full-time inspector, but I don't know what the cost would be if we can get anybody. I don't know what we're paying Shim's Coda a year total, because it goes up and down. We just pay per inspection. So when we have a slow year, we don't pay as much.
But I think that's an easy one that we can look at is the cost that we have been paying them. That kind of gives us a basis for what we can do on the salary because when we say we can't get anyone to do the job, it really is we can't get someone to do the job for the cost. The crappy jobs pay more. The ones that take a specific skill set take more. The ones that, like this, is going to be in a starting position, but also gives you the potential to grow and to have the education paid for it. So by the end of a couple of years, you're now a very valuable employee. Yeah, at that point, we'll find out whether we pay enough to keep them. And if not, then it comes down to a service level again. Do we want to increase that pay for that job enough to keep the person here because of what they're doing? And if they're doing building inspections and doing the code enforcement, I think it's a much easier route to be able to prove the cost justification for it. So, yeah.
No.
Yeah, I already did. I just did. We're talking about two different positions essentially, right? Building inspector and code enforcement. Do you see those combined very often, or is that a common pairing?
They could definitely work together. Like I say, I've never really went out and checked on that, but I mean, that could be absolutely, I mean,
I think you're gonna need your pool of applicants.
yeah.
Because if you tell someone that's got these certifications.
For the record, there's like 12 downstairs.
To do.
Do it.
So if we're trying to get someone that's a high quality building inspector, and I don't have a dog in this fight, but if you also tell them they're doing code enforcement, I think a lot of people are gonna be like, I'm happy to go inspect your buildings. I'm happy to go do all that kind of stuff, but I am not gonna be writing citations. That would be my only concern, is limiting that pool. And then also consider the cost of, we talk salaries a lot and I deal with this fire department, but turnover also costs the city a ton of money. And so maybe factor some of that into whatever wages are decided.
So I just Googled building inspector jobs Utah and they're all over the whole state is hiring basically. Yeah. So here's my question. Once we have all of our development, we have our build out, which we anticipate will be within the next 5 to 10 years-ish. How great will our need be for a building inspector? I know they do more than just new builds, but
People on decks, you have house fires, you have,
so at that time, they're workload won't be as heavy as when there's new construction.
Right. And in South Weaver, we don't, at least in Public Works, nobody has just one job. Like the Parks Department, they still snowplow in the winter, they still help every other department read meters, turn valves, check sewers. But it's kind of expensive to have a labor position paid as an inspector position when things slow down. And nobody wants to say, oh, we're gonna work you till we're done and then lay you off.
Sure.
I mean, we can find somebody that's older, that's getting ready to retire and wants to start a second career. Or just a second job. Yeah. Well. Yep, yep. Well, I'm getting ready to retire,
Building
Second
inspector,
career.
code enforcement, right there.
Except I'm not nice. I just yell at people.
That's what we're asking for. It's
Yeah.
like.
Well, it sounds like there's more discussion, obviously, we did that, so.
Yeah.
I think we're all interested in doing something here. What that something is, I don't feel like we're all aligned yet on what that looks like.
That's well said. One thing that comes to mind, as we say, let's have a building inspector and a code enforcement officer. Again, it sounds like we're making code enforcement part of a full-time employee's job. It's just a different full-time employee's job with a different set of duties on the other side.
Whole concern about that is if you start combining it, it becomes a priority issue. And it's gonna be easier to do inspection than to do the code enforcement. And it's gonna get, again, we're gonna be back here having the same conversation. So I like the idea, but we need someone who's gonna be focused on code enforcement, however that
So
customer service works out. But it'd be nice to combine them, but my problem is, again, the same thing's gonna happen right here. It's become the secondary duty unless we make it the primary duty.
As a building inspector, as soon as that phone call comes in to say, you need to come inspect this, right? We got to respond to that. And so, yeah, it does create what you described.
So, so I agree we need to change something. Then the question is though, if we have a new position and we have employees who now their time is freeing up and saying, yeah, I was hired to help to do code enforcement and their time is available now to do code enforcement, then what are they doing with that time? I guess I kind of ignore what you,
He didn't say that in a mic, so nobody picked it.
there you go. But for real though, full circle here, right? If they have the time, then what are we paying them to do if their time should be doing code enforcement? And then they're not. Yes, yeah.
There is another option we could take, though. Instead of taking the most skilled worker and making them a door knocker, we take somebody who is doing another job that would like the extra funds of being able to, because like I said, if we can automate 80% of the process by mailing the letters, sending it back, waiting the time, we really don't have a huge problem of code enforcement here. It's just, it's not getting done. So we could get somebody, whether it's from Parks or from another department that just wants to say, yeah, I need another 20 hours, Because it doesn't, well, it takes a certain type of person to do it. It doesn't take a highly skilled, trained building inspector to go knock on the door as part of it, so.
Only got 3 outlets right there and then 1 on the wall there.
Do you agree, David?
I didn't hear exactly what you said there, Joel, because we were working on the mics.
Sorry, when we ordered the system in 2020, we wanted to make sure we had enough mics for everybody, like planning commission and council when we did retreats. I did not realize we did not have enough plugs.
We do have a splitter on one of them,
Okay.
and that's how we got 4 mics instead of 3. Maybe we need some
Okay.
more splitters.
Okay. Go. Go ahead, Mayor.
not be the best. A building inspector and a code enforcer may not be the best way to go. While we've been talking, Brett's looked this up, what we paid Shums Coda last year. And it was what, 28,000? So that's not gonna offset it. And I think Joel's right when he says, rather than have a building inspector with his specialty and gonna have to pay a lot more money for it, try and find somebody that doesn't, it's gonna be less. But to try and combine it with somebody working in parks or streets or whatever, that's still not gonna work. You know, that's part of our problem is we're priority and we need to find somebody that, and they're out there. I feel that they're out there, you know, there's gotta be someone that's worked in law enforcement that's either retired or their shifts allow them that they can do this during the day. And a person like that has got the mentality, the professionalism, and that's what they like to do, to go knock on the door and enforce code or enforce the law. So I think maybe might be the way to approach this.
I agree. That's a good idea.
I think we've spent enough time on code.
Just on the record, Angie said that she wanted to do this, so we can explore that option.
I just have to retire first.
Okay. Well, then let's go to the next budget request, and that is the sprinkler clock rotation for parks. The committee has talked about this a little bit. The idea behind that would be to basically set aside money every year to replace a certain number of sprinkler clocks so that we could update our system over time to get all of our clocks new and working properly.
I did find some grant money on that. Britt found me one of the two. So we can get,
ChatGPT got you?
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good.
no, we can get $1,500 a clock, which sounds like a lot, but that only pays for the clock. And a lot of the clocks we're doing, we got to put more equipment in to make the smart controllers be worth putting in. We got to put in different valves and different meters and sensors, so, but it will help. So if we do that amount and we could do more clocks per year.
With the grant money?
Is that a better solution long-term, is what you're saying, Mark?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, you
basically
kinda-
you're upgrading the system
Yeah.
at the same
Like
time.
I say, all the clocks are going out and it's just, now they're metering all of our water. And if you want the parks to be super green like we keep them. I mean, you look around a lot of cities, they just let them brown out. Look at the school, they just turn their water off in the summer because the kids aren't there.
With a
So
lot,
it's a really fine edge you gotta walk, to keep the parks green and stay under that allotted amount of water, so. If we don't, we're gonna be in trouble.
with a lot of state legislation and water conservation, it's written that we update our clocks. And last committee meeting before Joel stepped in, we actually had a discussion. We have some 1970s version clocks still available that we need to get more current. So the initial request was to get some of those older ones replaced and get an extra one on the shelf because they go out, and then do a normal rotation until we can catch them back up. So we have some 70s and 80s version clocks out there. We need to all get into 2000. So the initial request is to get a jump on it, and then each request after that should go down, but not be any more than that.
How many years do we anticipate? This is just ongoing forever in perpetuity to update these clocks as we go?
Yeah, that's the idea.
Okay.
Once we get
Can
them
you
all
give us an idea of how many we have? I mean, are we talking like
10? I believe there's about 10.
per
Right.
park?
No, it's about 10 clocks total in the city,
Oh,
one at every park, so.
thought there'd be a lot more. Okay.
Well, think about the clocks, we can wait and then we can replace them all at once, which is a more higher expense. Or the idea was just to replace maybe one a year.
I like this. I like that.
This feels like a little bit more of a sustainable model over time, right? To keep our system updated and not end up with 40-year-old clocks in the future at some point.
Well, and it's all kind of new tech. It's not super new technology, but it kind of is, because we're moving to a system more of a SCADA, where you can look at all the clocks from, they go online basically. So once we start out and get a feel for what we really like, I'd hate to spend $100,000 and go, gosh, I wish we would have went with Rainbird instead of Hunter. So.
I think this is exactly the approach that I was thinking of when I first got on council, is looking at the budget from the perspective of everything has a life cycle. And if we can build in replacements for the life cycle of everything, right? Even this building has a life cycle, right? So eventually we'll either have to build a new building or do another revamp eventually, right? So no, I'm not.
Yeah, Jeremy just
Yeah.
said new city.
But I think it makes, in my mind, this makes a lot of sense though, because you know that everything's gonna break eventually. And if we can get ahead of that cycle, then I think we can avoid a lot of these unexpected, oh, we need $200,000 to do this X project because nobody was paying attention to this and now it broke and now everyone's paying attention to it, right? So I like this idea personally.
Okay, next one is background checks. This is a smaller dollar figure, so I don't know what that means necessarily, other than
Well, this is
Parks,
another one that
Parks
came
and
from the
Rec.
Recs, the Recs department. We started talking about this and we do a lot of volunteer coaching and we learned that we've seldom, if ever, have done background checks on our volunteer coaches. And we thought for the liability that the city is taking on with regards to our rec program, we need to do background checks on our coaches for the benefit of the children. So we think it was a no-brainer and this was the cost at which to do that. And that's what the committee was recommending forward.
Just a quick question on this. I agree with what you're calling out here, but from a perspective of how frequently do we do background checks? Is it if I volunteer to be a coach in the year 2020 and I'm a coach every single year, do I only have one background check? Do I get a background check every year? What's the strategy there?
I have an answer for that, but I wanted to see what Steve's.
As a committee, we talked about a couple years, maybe a 2 or 3 year, but we didn't have a specific, it has to be this. I think that's up for decision.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No, I think it's a great idea. I would just think that as part of that, I know when I volunteered to do soccer, Curtis was like begging for parents to be coaches and I have no idea what I'm doing, right? But I can tell 4-year-olds how to kick a ball, right? So it came down to we're a couple weeks before the season's supposed to start and we have no one to coach. So the time frame on how long it takes for the background checks versus like the cutoff before the season, that's my only concern. I think I completely think it's appropriate and I think we're, behind on this, but we just need to have that consideration for our timeline to change for the program.
Timeline as well as the idea of barrier of entry, right? It's a volunteer position. We're begging and begging to add. This isn't that onerous of a step. I do it pretty much every season that I coach for my kids, where I live. And so it's not too difficult, but it does takes a little bit of time for them and a commitment.
Well, but that also is why we, as a city, want to pay for it instead of having the coaches that do it. Because, yeah, it is hard to get the coaches. And most of the background checks coming from a business who used to do this quite often, I can literally type it in and get everything I need through LexisNexis. It's going to tell us on any type of issue they have. And then I have 2 others that can also do it for a courts records and for criminal records. So, I mean, you can get it instantly. It just takes the time to sit down and punch it in. It's all electronic now. So it wouldn't delay how long it would take to do it. It would just, the coach would, or Curtis would have to put it in the system. But that's why also if you do it once and you do it for a number of different sports that are there, that's why it's good for at least a year or 2 or 3 so that you can do a bunch of them. Because usually it's the same parents that are volunteering for it. So, but yeah, I think it's a good need and it's very cheap. So.
From a budget standpoint, I haven't really talked to Brett about this or Curtis. It came up kind of briefly. We could either create its own line item so that we know exactly how many, or it could become part of the program cost for the
Mhm.
individual programs.
Yep.
So we'd have to determine how we want to track it like that, but this was an estimate just based on number of coaches and cost per one. Initially, we thought that it was a little bit cheaper than they actually are.
Well, I can check my logins and see if they still work. Kidding.
That might be a different program. We might use a different program for that.
I would recommend that we keep it as an operational cost for the recreational program itself, so that then we can always tell, number one, how much we should be charging to pay for the entire program. And then number two, we can also go back and see, okay, if this has to be an increase, it's directly because of this cost, so we can raise the fee that way. So, because it really should just be passed through.
Okay, the next two are also personnel related and new positions to talk about as far as needs within the city. We'll start with the emergency manager position.
I accept. Oh, sorry, I can't do that.
You'd have to vacate your seat on the city council to take a paid
Accept.
position.
I accept. I'd so do that.
I love when brainstorming really gets flowing. We've talked about emergency management as a need. I think it's important to recognize that although our population size is not huge in South Weber, the potential hazards around us are actually quite extensive. And so that's an important piece of this, is that it takes time to think through preparation and training and make sure that pieces are in place so that when that moment of response is necessary, that we can act fast and decisively and make proper decisions. So that's the impetus for this. The Public Safety Committee has tasked Derek and I to kind of look at options. This is the high level option, right? There are other maybe ways that we could tackle this. But the idea of having a new position that somebody would be able to think full time about it and do all of the necessary preparation steps. We have an emergency operations plan. It needs to be updated, and that's quite a detailed and extensive process. We've got a lot of staff training time that has to go into this. There are certain classes and courses you can take through FEMA to be trained, and many employees already have had some of that training, but not all of them. Just tracking that and following up with people and making sure they're getting training, then organizing exercises and activities to make sure, kind of like police and fire, they're always doing drills and whatnot to make sure in that moment they know how to react. It's just somebody having all of that top of mind. Derek, do you want to speak to some of the thoughts you've had on this one?
The thoughts we just discussed, or
That and any others?
I think that this responsibility's kind of been the same. You could categorize it the same as like code enforcement, right? Where as long as it's just somebody's fifth responsibility on their list of responsibilities, it's always going to get put on the back burner, put on the back burner, put on the back burner. I think from a current city staff, if we choose not to hire somebody, we know we have to have a designated person through the state of Utah right now. That's Dave. I think Dave and I are the only ones that have all the prerequisites to even hold the position. And so if you're looking at this and thinking, oh, this is too much to bite off, I'm willing to. We've restructured how it currently is. My big worry all along with me being the emergency manager in the past has been you need someone as your emergency manager that can manage the EOC. And as fire chief, you do not want your fire chief managing your EOC. I need to be on site managing the incident. And so that's where we've constantly had this fracture of, okay, it's not wise to have your fire chief as your emergency manager, and that's why we punted it over to Dave after it was Trevor, and then before Trevor, it was me. And the way we have tried to structure it now, if Dave and Lance can take over managing the EOC, I could go back to trying to do more emergency management stuff and do that on currently I work 410s and take Fridays off. I could do emergency management stuff on Fridays. But that'd take me to 50 hours a week instead of 40 hours a week. So just some thoughts that we've been throwing around.
What are the state or federal requirements for this position that the city has to fulfill?
You should, at a minimum, have ICS 100, 200, 700, 800, 300, 400. And I think me and Dave, or do you have 300, 400? And Mark?
What does ICS mean?
Incident Command System. Yeah. You do? So you're the new emergency manager?
Actually, no, I was going to recommend that the people, when they elect the mayor, that the mayor becomes certified and they become the emergency manager, and we give them a salary.
There you go. However, my only concern there would be, I'll just throw this out there, is competency. No offense, Mayor, but if we're getting a new mayor every 4 years and they're having to get through all that, we're going to be 2 years into their term before they're even close to being capable of doing that.
Point taken.
Yeah.
Dave, where did you come up with this 120,000?
We looked at the market salaries for an emergency manager and then added benefits to it as a full-time employee. So it's a salary in the 75 to 80,000 range and then benefits on top of that.
So here it's probably been about a year ago. My thoughts are correct. They discussed this at a COG meeting that I attended. And there were 3 cities at that time that had just gone and created this. The 3 cities went together. I think it was Clearfield, West Point, and Syracuse. Those 3 went together and hired us emergency manager. After the meeting was over, I went up to the West Point mayor and I asked him what that was costing him, and it was over 100,000. Their portion was over 100,000 for this, the 3 cities. So I don't know. That's why I wondered.
If I can address the 3 cities thing, it's great from a cost saving standpoint, but if they're all paying 100 grand, I don't know where that money's going. That seems crazy.
Maybe I remember wrong, but I know
Yeah.
that's what comes to mind.
The issue, and we've talked about it in our emergency management meetings, is if we have a large scale event, who is that emergency manager now prioritizing his time with? I believe it's Clinton, West Point, and Clearfield. And if you have one emergency manager for 3 cities, but all 3 cities are experiencing the earthquake or whatever it is, how does that person now become 3 people? That's always been my concern with combining efforts with other municipalities.
And sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but maybe and I am literally just brainstorming right now too. The idea of you being the emergency manager, but not being in the EOC might be similar to joining up, but then that person is not expected to be in the EOC as well.
Right, which is why when we discussed it before, it was if you and Lance are capable of filling in those EOC director positions, that still frees me up to be on scene. Yeah, I'll be an incident commander. And they'll be managing the EOC and the flop.
And I'm simply suggesting that if we did join with other cities, not
I see
not
what-
if
I
that's
see what
likely
you're
or not,
saying.
if we join with other cities, they would be taking 99% of the workload over time, right? The trainings and the follow-up and things like that. But in that moment, it would be the same.
I see
for
what you're
Lance
saying.
and I, as if it was you.
Yeah, I didn't understand what you were
Sorry.
saying, but
Well,
that
but
makes sense.
the big difference is you and Lance don't live here. And when an event happens, as our chief can attest, that's a long drive and then the road may be blocked and you're not able to get in, which really makes it difficult to be on the scene handling it. I still think that's a primary concern. If you're going to have somebody doing this, whether it's somebody in the city or something like that, you've got to have, and we may have firemen that could do it or want to switch over to do it or whatever, I don't know. But I really do think this has to be an in-city position. It's, if we have earthquake, if we have anything above a 6 or a 7, we're going to lose South Weaver Drive over by the pit. It's just going to happen. It's going to slide down. Guessing, I don't know.
89's gone.
Yeah, 89's gone, but South Weaver Drive is too, so that eliminates anything coming in from that direction, people coming in from that direction.
Am I gone?
Yeah.
I'm gone.
Yes,
Okay.
unfortunately. No, I'm kidding. But that's what I'm saying with an emergency, if it's a wildfire, you know, we've seen the same kind of thing where it can shut off, where if you don't have your emergency command center here and running it operationally within the city, it doesn't really matter. You know, work hours are only a third of the day, and that's not even the rest of the time that, you know, we got weekends and stuff. So the statistical analysis would say that for the most part, that person is not going to be in town when something happens.
Sounds like you're advocating for a road to Layton.
Absolutely not. That's why I want an emergency manager that can work us through that instead.
Are there other options? Sorry, would you like to?
Go ahead.
Thanks. Are there other options that maybe we haven't considered, or maybe we have, and I forgot that we had already discussed this, but is there another option to contract the services of someone who has this position somewhere else to set the foundation, and so that it's not as much of a load on either one of you, to where it's not a big deal to carry that title, but we just need some help setting a foundation, having all the paperwork ready to go. So if, to Joel's point, if an emergency happens and either one of you can't even make it into the city to help, we have some sort of BCP plan documented somewhere to where we can all meet here and we can at least get it started until, or even run it, because maybe you're just incapacitated in some way or something. Have we explored that as an option? Does that make sense or not?
In the emergency operations plan, doesn't it talk about backup and
Oh, yeah.
who takes care of everything? And if that person can't be here, then this person is there. And
We just rearranged. Well, I was coming from, we're a city of the 5th class. We can't expect to have all services of everything that a city of the 1st class does. How much can we depend on the county in your scenarios where our people aren't here, can't get in? You know, there are other places that are going to step in and help out. My question is going to the urgency behind the request. So I'm not questioning an emergency manager position. I'm just questioning now or next year or within 5 years, and what's our backup? Like you said, if we can't arrange it internally, can we rely on the county to help us out? Do they have those services? I think they would.
Yeah, but if I can't make it into town, the county people certainly aren't going to be able to make it. I don't even live that far from the city boundary. But again, it's the county, and I go to the county EM meetings. Their philosophy is we're going to help the largest number of people, you know, the greatest need philosophy. And we're pretty far down on the pecking order if we had a countywide disaster. Yeah, or statewide. But yes, as far as if we had a South Weaver specific incident, we have agreements in place with the county and with even other emergency managers within the county we all rally around and help each other during a city specific or even a region within our county specific incident. Just like we've done so on our wind events, where we have a central EOC, but even emergency managers that aren't being affected go and help support the other emergency managers during those scenarios.
Cool.
But to address your first question, as far as need and urgency, I know for me, when I attended the emergency manager conference last year, what changed the shift in my mind went from, yeah, we've always known this is a need. I fully didn't understand the legal obligations that the state has put in place for what an emergency manager's role is, that they even need to be designated by their city council. Like I sat through a whole legal class on all of that. And that's for me where the urgency changed of, okay, the state's made it very clear that there's certain things we need to be doing as a city. And at that point we were falling short of those.
That was my question, is what was the, I'm sorry, I've been waiting for 10 minutes. Okay, that was my question is. Oh, our poor mayor. Okay, so what requirements the state has on us for that, but also I would love to have kind of an overview of, what's the justification for this being a full-time position versus part-time, knowing that if there's an emergency, they would come in, right? But aside from getting all the certifications and trainings and making sure that the plan is updated, what else would they be responsible for?
So the last time our full emergency operation plan was thoroughly looked over, Brandon, you probably know the date better than me. It was before I was fire chief.
Sorry.
When Emily, before you stole Emily. Yeah.
16.
And so we're almost 10 years since our last emergency operation plan was updated. So that would be, top of priority is getting that done. The FEMA documents, it's absurd how many FEMA documents you have to keep track of during an emergency. So making sure they have a thorough understanding of all those things. Whether a full-time employee has 40 hours of work each week is what you're asking, I think. I think initially 100%, we could easily fill the 40 hours a week. But once a lot of those big heavy hitter things are more fluid and moving forward and constantly being updated versus 10 years down the road, we're trying to catch up, that workload would decrease. Just being frank.
Well, I think that's where I was coming from is that, because that's kind of where I was thinking, is like, yeah, there's probably a lot of work that needs to be done right out of the gate. But once all that work is done, then is it a 20-hour week capacity that we need to fill? Is it a 10-hour week? Is it a 35-hour week? And like, if you had to take an educated guess, where would you put it once all the groundwork is
I'd
laid?
put it somewhere between 10 to 20 hours a week. And I think the reason, again, going back and tying in with code enforcement, the reason why we've discussed even having a separate position is just so it can be that's their priority. They're not getting dragged into other stuff.
And that's why go back to, it really shouldn't be you, because you've got arguably one of the most important jobs in the city. And it's going to always take more time away from things that don't. I do think, though, that maybe one of the options we could do is getting a contract job to have somebody come in, write the plan, hold the meetings. Basically, it's a project manager that understands what's going on with it, that then sits down, helps create the entire plan, goes through the system of how we can have it part of the city, whether it's the training, whether it's the keeping track of who's done the training. And then the original, I'm sorry, but I really do like it. It goes back to the mayor being able to be the incident commander at that time.
No, I'd be the incident commander at all times.
Well, yeah, you're incident commander, whenever the
The emergency
EOC
manager.
is. I don't know what you,
We know who wrote the previous one. We know where that person works, and I think we can contract service with the people to.
I was going to say the same thing. Is that something you would contract through as part of?
You're talking about Emily, and she is very talented that way. She's familiar with the plan, so I don't think it would be that big of a deal to just get that plan updated.
Okay.
And once you had that updated, then I suppose you could go decide what your next steps were, if that's maybe what we're talking.
That's what I was going to, I think me and Wayne had the same brain waves going there.
Well, the comment I was going to mention previous, if I can say it now,
You may speak anytime.
thank you. Was more just to drive the message home for the need of the position. I wanted to have you take us back to, what was it, 2017, when we had the wildfire that came through here. and you were running around like crazy trying to do incident command, you kept coming in to the EOC and going back out, how would this position would have helped you in that particular state and time?
Yeah, so at that point in time, my title was fire chief and emergency manager. The city manager at the time believed that my role as emergency manager trumped my role as fire chief and that I should have been operating the EOC. And so he was calling me every 35 seconds trying to get me into the EOC, saying, you need to be here managing the EOC, because as our emergency manager, I was in the middle of saving Canyon Drive. And so it didn't work at all. It was, I finally popped into the EOC and said, if you call me one more, were you in there? You call me one more time when I'm in the middle of fighting this fire, we're gonna, anyways, it was bad. Because my phone was blowing up and that's why we talked and made it so Dave and Lance would be managing the EOC is that way, at least it's being managed versus having your fire chief as the emergency manager. And then there was this expectation that I'm there managing the EOC. There was a lack of understanding of what the priority should have been during that incident, I guess, to answer that more directly.
I'm just hearing two things. I think we need third party to come up and update our emergency operating plans, what I'm also here, but I also think the mayor can play a role with the city manager in managing the emergency operating center while you're doing the IC.
Especially if the plan is written that way specifically in mind and give backups and have liaisons. I mean, it just makes sense.
And the council's here to support the mayor in any decisions they need to make financially or so forth during that incident.
And he's got nothing.
One thing I think it's important to discuss, and Derek kind of brought it up, but I'll say it a different way, is that may work for the current mayor, right? But future mayors may have different obligations of their time, so.
That's what it counts. But council's legislative. He's looking at me like I'm dead.
Anything else on this? You look ready.
Public safety has brought this forward, right, as something that we need to discuss. When should we have a decision on this? Is this something we're going to bring back before the budget again and say we want to have someone hired starting July 1, open it up, or is this?
I think we can take this back to the committee and discuss these options that we've thrown out and then come back to the council with a better recommendation.
My suggestion to committee is we consider contracting out the update of the plan before we hire a full-time
Right,
position.
yeah.
Or a part-time position to get it in place?
I saw head nods to Wayne's suggestion about the idea of contracting for the plan update as priority one, and then discussing long-term staffing from there. Is that essentially the recommendation to the committee, is come up with a dollar figure through the committee process of what that contracting would be?
My only hesitation with that is that to contract that, to have somebody update it is fantastic, but we still don't have somebody really designated in that role. I mean, you are right now, but it's not really filling the whole gap that we have. It's just filling part of that. So I would hesitate to just contract that out. That's something to consider, I guess.
I agree with that. I think that's one of the ideas when you contract it out. That's one of the questions whomever's doing it would have the committee help decide is who's going to be managing this plan and write that into it at that time so that the committee can then add some input into that and bring it back to the council. So yeah, I think you work out that decision as part of the committee.
So the question I have then, are we going to put in the budget for the contracting and then the person who's going to be doing it, or are we going to bring back the FTE headcount for the manager as an amendment after we determine what that role is going to be and what type of person that's going to be? And
I don't think we need a full FTE on this. Based on what the chief was saying is that I think there's gonna be some upfront work.
Or a PTE.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then once we understand, okay, how far can we go with that upfront work? Now, if he's saying it's only 10 to 20 hours,
Yeah.
then yeah, I think then that's when we can explore, okay, does it make sense to hire someone part-time? Does it make sense to roll this into something else?
I agree completely. I'm asking, do we put it in the budget or do we do it as an amendment?
Well,
Put it in the
I think
budget.
we have,
Okay.
I think we have several months to make that decision, but I think I would agree with Angie that if we come to the conclusion that, yep, we need to do this is a priority, then I would agree that it should go in the budget.
Okay.
And with that, we just need to know, I would like from the committee just to see what it would be to contract that and put a contract in the budget, or like a part-time versus full-time employee, what those three options would be.
And this is a code enforcer, sorry.
And what department does this fall under? Is this fire or is this admin? You don't have to answer that now. I'm just saying consideration.
No, we've gone back and forth on that, on whether they would answer to me or answer to David. I think my educational background, I could be a huge asset to that person, so it might make a lot of sense for them to be underneath me. But I don't think we really felt strongly either way to.
Yeah, I don't have a strong preference there. I think either could work, although what Derek says is really valuable. He has a little bit more book knowledge and, real world knowledge on emergency management there that we could rely on.
Oh, totally agree with that, but I don't know if we would need a liaison or what.
I will say this, either way, all three of us will work
Yeah.
really closely.
Exactly.
Whether they report to me or report to him probably doesn't matter quite as much.
Yeah.
Because that's what Derek and I are doing right now. We're really tag teaming that. We've put time on our schedule every 2 weeks that we're having a sit down and talking about emergency management and trying to keep that ball moving, right? So when we talk about things falling off the priority list, we've tried to set aside time to have those discussions, and we're going through a training period right now with all of our employees who have roles in this response. And we're training, again, the pair that has the two of the same role, whether that's logistics or operations or planning or finance or whatever it may be. And we're going to sit down and train them. So we're trying to do that. And all I'm saying is it will continue even if we had, Emily or somebody else that was contracted, or another employee that reported, we'd still be heavily involved.
Last question, could potentially utilize the space at the Public Works building, one of those offices to work from?
Oh, yeah. Got plenty of room.
Well, there's not a lot
There's
of
not a
office
ton.
space over there. There's 2 offices and an open area.
Convert a garage.
Well, and that is where the EOC will be located.
Yeah, so that would make sense to me.
You got
So-
workstation space.
Yeah, the workstations.
Yeah.
There.
Office area.
Sounds like they'll be under Mark.
So when's our next safety meeting?
I think it's coming.
Is it?
Reminder.
Yeah, so that we can-
All of the budget committee meetings will take place those first few weeks of March, but if we want to meet prior to that, to just.
So if we want to get a
jump on it, we can.
recommendation back, I think we need to.
Yeah, this is committee season, is February, March, April as we get moving, so. Okay, next position to discuss is a recreation program coordinator position. This would be a second full-time position in the recreation department, specifically reporting to the recreation manager, with program coordination as the main function. That's a standard job title in the recreation industry, is program coordinator. And be somebody that essentially would be the second in command, so to speak, in the recreation department. There's a couple of reasons for this conversation. And Curtis and I have talked about this the last couple of years, and we're finally putting it on the list. Recognizing, revenue and whatnot is what it is, but more of a discussion of the need in that department. is somebody that could be a backstop to Curtis, be a second in command there, alleviate some of the workload of he's doing everything to manage the facility and manage the programs and organize the programs and get the teams and the communication for the teams and all of those things. A program coordinator could take on the job of organizing the program specifically. Again, generating the teams and communicating with parents and whatnot. That would be kind of the main function. There's also a succession planning element to this, having somebody that would know the city prior to when Curtis chooses to retire at some point, that could be there and understand our processes and our programs and whatnot. Because currently, I think we're a little limited in options when Curtis retires as far as internal. We do have some employees that are stellar employees out there, but don't necessarily have that level of education and training and experience to maybe be the manager right away. So this could create some succession planning options and have somebody we'd look to hire that has probably a rec degree or a recreation program experience to try to bring that in. And that's the general thinking. As far as the priority, if we had a lot of money and ability, then I would say yes, we should do that sooner rather than later. Recognizing the financial aspect of it probably puts it low on the priority list relative to others. But if it's not a financial decision, then I think this would really elevate our recreation program and create capacity to do more. So I don't know if the rec committee wants to speak at all to this. It hasn't necessarily been a discussion at the rec committee specifically, but just seeing, what Curtis is dealing with in the conversations we've had. If there's anything you want to say.
Questions that come to my mind, and they tag team each other, is what's the time frame for Curtis's retirement? And if this position was to be brought forward, is it a temporary full-time? So when he retired, that position would go away and this person would just take over for them?
I think there's a need for this position ongoing. Structurally, I think it would enhance our programs. It's probably Curtis's to say when his timing is, but a handful of years probably at the most.
But either way, I mean, if you don't have a proper succession plan in place, excuse me, especially in something that has a lot of knowledge and a lot of training that has to go with it, you're opening yourself up to really some drop in service. But at the same time, the budget just showed we're losing money there. Now, the rec programs, the games, the sports and stuff, we're making money and we're doing great on. But the rec center still has a huge cost to it. We've tried increasing the amount of sales, and we have had some success, but not to the tune of $80,000. So this would be a position that would be paid for by the city, which most rec programs are completely funded by the city as a service to the citizens, much like parks are. So I actually go back and forth on it. Curtis is doing a great job, but having an assistant underneath him would relieve some time. But at the same time, if it's not making money, then a decision has to be made. How much of a loss do we want to have? And does that mean we cut back on the FAC and the programs it offers? Because the FAC is not going to change the hours. We've got a contract with a school, so that means the middle of the day is always going to be theirs. So we'll have that little time in the morning, we'll have that time after to do it. Either we need to invest in how we're going to expand the business and revenue capability of it, or we have to make a hard decision on whether we want to take a step back.
So my opinion is that this position, I would only be comfortable moving forward in this position if there was more revenue attached that paid for it. So if we can figure out how to increase revenue that pays for it, then I'm all in on expanding it. I totally agree with what you called out as far as succession planning. Super important. I agree with that. I just don't I don't think it's wise for us to add another full-time position permanently without there being additional revenue attached to it. I would be okay with temporarily having two positions if we know that Curtis is going to retire in June. Okay, let's hire somebody early. Let's get him some good training time in, not just 2 weeks or something, right?
Yeah.
I would totally be okay with something like that, but I think to make this more sustainable, we have to figure out how to increase revenue in that stream, in my opinion.
Yeah, the timing is tough with the specifically earmarked gravel pit money going away. And that's essentially why Curtis and I did not bring it up last year, was because we knew that there wasn't money, and there's not going to be that gravel pit money going forward. So it does become a question of, is this the type or the level of service that we would fund with, general fund money, which it becomes a property tax conversation. So.
Well, and there's also changes. The state has either already passed, it was the last session where they are going to start requiring as part of the security around the schools for there to be fences completely around the schools, that they're going to be separated like that. And that then questions, okay, so are we going to have a complete fenced area around it? Do they want to keep the FAC? Would they decide to buy us out of the FAC? I mean, there's a lot of different things that can happen there. I do think it's a benefit to the city to have it. So that's why and Curtis, I'll tell you guys, this guy has spent so much time with all of the other cities trying to bring in different competitions, different teams to practice here. We're an overflow for so many different cities when, they have to have a place to meet and play. So he's done a fantastic job, and I don't know how much room there is for growth in that. But I do think that there is some, and if we do more on the generation side, having different classes, having different things that maybe some of the money could come in, if we sold some of the corn chips that we bought there, there's just different things that we're looking at for it.
You're willing to buy a history book, just head over there, buy a
get it
drink or
too.
two.
I just can't eat chips.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of thing, is that if we're willing, I know.
Need to buy $80,000. It's not that big of a commitment.
Okay, that's a week. I can do that.
Yeah.
No. But that's why I'm saying is that it kind of takes a commitment then. Do we want to invest in what we can do there? If that is, and there's a way to increase it.
I'm willing to invest if it's investing towards increased revenue.
Exactly.
Right. So if there's a really solid plan that says, hey, you know what, it's going to cost us for the first 2 or 3 years, but after that, we're going to be able to lay a solid foundation that's going to bring in 10 times the revenue that we're getting now. Yeah, I think I would definitely consider something like that. But
Well, to bring out a point, does everybody here even know that we have All-Star Wrestling over there?
Yeah, I win, and it's amazing. And I think I found my new profession.
So good at it.
I would.
But
It's only $80,000.
But that's it. There's also, don't want to go back to it. There's different fundraising. I've done a lot of work on sponsorships now, on what we can do and the sponsorships for it. If we had maybe this assistant person, that could be part of their job, is going and getting, because you can just do a simple search online on the city ones that are doing it, and the advertisements. Some of these cities are getting, anywhere from 10 to 20 grand for their platinum levels, but most of them are in about $250 to $500 range. That, hey, we've got the cities or the businesses in the cities, but everybody else is fighting for the money outside of it. You want to sponsorship a team? Okay, here's how much it costs. Here's the uniform. You get your name on the back of it. Way to go. You're, Dr. Foot's job. It's the whole team. Here's what it is, that kind of stuff. So, yeah, different options we can do to try to do it. So if we want to investigate that, is what I'm trying to say, then we can bring it up again next year, whether we want to buy a new person.
I think there's always within recreation because it's a special revenue fund and you can charge fees, right? It feels like, hey, we should be able to make more money here. But recreation programs in general are not money makers, right? They are a service to the community, especially, the facility side of things. It's just part of that general governmental operations, which can be offset to some degree with specific recreation revenue. And each individual program, right, you make sure that you're covering your cost for those programs, but there's a general aspect to having the programs and facility that isn't covered by those fees. So it does become a cost that's hard to handle, especially when we've had approximately $80,000 to $100,000 a year go away with the gravel pit money.
Yeah, that's hard to swallow when we're talking about adding a new emergency manager that's a requirement for the city. So, and I do recognize that most cities, their rec departments are not money makers. That's what I was gonna bring up, but, yes, I think that if we discuss this and bring it back for next year, because I like what you said and I agree with what you said, Jeremy. Wayne is asleep, so I won't ask him.
For the record, I'm not asleep. I'm just patiently waiting for my opportunity to speak. With that, I'm in the line with what Jeremy said earlier. I do not agree we need 2 FTEs in a rec department. I still think we bring in this FTE once within a year, we know of the potential retirement of Curtis, so that then we can have that overlap, but I don't think we need 2 FTE positions.
I agree.
As an ongoing situation, you say we don't need 2, but we would like 2 for a training window.
Right.
Is that
Transitional window, yeah.
and that's everybody feeling that same way?
That's how I feel.
Yeah. Unless we get like so much tax revenue from general review, we don't know what to do with, and we can help.
We
I
have
think we
plenty
can
of
find things to do with that money before.
and then charge a bit.
Okay, I'll buy another RV. It's an expensive budget meeting.
Yes. Shaylee is bringing food as soon as it's here. We say we break, but do we want to just keep rolling until she gets here? Okay. All right, let's look at the next type of budget request, and that is vehicles and equipment. And I think Chief Tolman and Tia might have some information to help us with this. Neither of the side by side, I think everybody's familiar with. You'll notice that the the cost is different this year than it was last year, right? As costs are known to
However,
increase. But Derek has some stuff to share about that. I'm gonna lay both out there before we talk just side by side.
okay.
Just so everybody has the full kind of lay of the land. The Public Safety Committee has talked about the idea of a chief truck. And I think Derek does a great job of making do with the Camry, but it is a limited vehicle for the needs of fire response. By evidence of our experience just within the last week, that was not the proper vehicle to get on scene. But again, he makes do, and there are really good reasons why we're in that situation, and that all makes sense. This number was pulled based on the amount of lease cost for the paramedic and the BC truck. It was just kind of create or bring in one more of that same vehicle. But as we have had conversation with Unified Fleet over the last little bit, we now have a company that actually understands vehicles and is not just a financing company. And so within the last basically 48 hours, there's been update to this that they both can speak to. So that's not a real number anymore. That 20 to 22 is what I'm saying. Well, you should.
Side by side. So I've actually, I found out recently through Cole that Young builds these also. And so we have a quote from them that gives us basically everything we need. It doesn't include everything that the other two quotes have, the ones that are near 70 or over 70,000. But we have one from them that, yeah, that a quote from Young Power Sports for $48,536.72 that would meet our needs. I didn't know they built them.
Are they willing to donate it if we put their name on it?
We can ask them that. But,
Sponsor.
Yeah.
You know, for $48,000, I can buy a brand new Colorado 4x4 and hook it all up with everything else you need and still get these places these side by sides are going. And it might serve as your chief truck as well.
and it'll have a skid and a pump and all that in it.
I'm just saying, a side by side that's $48,000 is a lot for a Maverick run truck.
Yeah, I already told everyone they can't take this to Maverick unless they need fuel, but
I
anyways,
still feel, I mean, you all know how I feel about it. And if we're talking about emergency management and how that's important, the fire was a good example. The topography of the city is such that I still feel like this is a justification. I don't feel like this is just a parade vehicle and they're just going to show off and, oh, no offense. I've heard people say the fire chief just likes his toys. I truly don't believe that's what this is. So,
I'm with you 100%.
okay, thank you. So 48,000 is ridiculous, but that's what it is because they do have to have the equipment to bring people down. And I still maintain that if we are asking our employees to go up to places like where they did for the fire, anywhere up on the mountain, anywhere down by the river, and they are requiring to transport people and they don't have the proper equipment, a workers' comp claim and our insurance for workers' comp would be more than $48,000.
yeah, one back injury is $40,000 a year. It's probably more now, but yeah, I get there's only so much money to go around.
I think that's great that you're able to find a cheaper quote. I definitely agree with Angie or Councilman Petty, sorry.
Both.
Yeah, if they're willing to knock even more off because we're willing to keep their name on the side or something, that'd be awesome.
We can ask them.
Cool.
My point is, if you're gonna spend $48,000, why not just buy a 4x4 pickup?
Because a 4x4 pickup can't go where a side-by-side can go.
I can get my Colorado a lot of places, my Polaris
Well, I'm
side by
sure you
side
could go a
go.
lot of places, but you're not gonna be able to go everywhere, right?
But it needs to have the gurney and the pump and
Just
the,
saying.
all the equipment on it. That's part of it. It's not just the 4-wheel drive aspect.
That's not just a 4-wheel drive, but I can get my full-size pickup up some of those roads behind your house that they want to take this. I can get a full-size pickup up to where that fire was.
Okay,
So these side by sides, it's a specialty, it's a unique vehicle, but you can get a 4x4 pickup a lot of these same places. There might be a 5% chance a side by side goes to a place a pickup can't. So
Okay.
that's what you're paying for.
So maybe what the question is if you compare a equally equipped Maverick or Colorado with a side-by-side, what's cheaper? Is that what you'd like to see?
If we're gonna go this route, I'm like, go with the horsepower. You can tow a lot more, you can carry a lot more. You
I
can go a
just
lot
think that
faster.
that would be a more expensive route. You're okay spending more money so long
No,
as
I'm
it's a
saying
bigger
I could spend
vehicle,
just
or-
as much money, and get more in a pickup truck than I can with a side by side, fully equipped.
That's
you
just
get
not
to
my
say-
understanding. So maybe that's something that we'll have to look at.
Yeah, we have to take a look at it. I mean, 75,000 was the number. And I'm like, I can get you a fully built out Toyota Tundra or
Well,
Toyota 4Runner or whatever you want to talk about.
the total is 49,000, not 75,000.
That was something new that just came up.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, can you get this equally equipped Colorado for 49,000 and it can do the same thing that the side-by-side can do?
I don't know. We
That's
haven't
my question.
priced it out, but I'm still back to the need. Do you really need this thing? It's a specialty item. I've been here 27 years. There may have been one time we might have needed it,
I would say there's more than one time for sure.
but we got by without it. And we didn't have a back injury. So what we're paying for is risk, managing risk.
I agree.
Risk averse.
And 49,000 for risk aversion, in my opinion, that's super cheap. Especially since it only takes one for it to blow this number.
And if that one
to the
happens
roof.
in 10,000 or 20 years, 30 years, So that's what we're looking at, is the return of investment.
Yeah.
Do you have a way to look up how much we spent on the knee injury we had? As workers' comp that we were paying out for years and years and years and years? I was just curious, because we have had injuries. We had a guy blow his knee out. We had a guy blow his knee out and the city, as they might, you guys might even still be paying him. It was before I was chief, but I know he was still getting paid.
Is it
Wow.
because they
Yeah.
had to do something that if we had a side by side, he wouldn't have had to do that?
Yeah, we were carrying a person out.
Yeah. So I think that's good context, because I think that kind of talks what you're talking about.
Well, but at the same time, I don't know if it necessarily eliminates risk as much as changes the type of risk. I've rode 4x4s and side-by-sides for most of my life, and I've crashed many times too. No surprise, I know. But one thing that I do think, and this is just because we've gone through this enough times, is that there are places that a truck couldn't get to. There's places that, unless we're going to get rid of all the brush, some of these trails are small enough and uneven enough and risky enough. And I do think there is a risk to it, that if our fire chief says this is the only way to get up into it, I trust his opinion on it. That doesn't mean I trust the dollar amount, but it has, where you've got it down at the 48. I think that's fantastic. I think that it is definitely doable. And I did look after our last conversations, the changes that they do to this machine, because I still think, could we get high-powered one, not a Polaris piece of crap, but, something actually good, and just do the updates ourselves on it. I'm not sponsored. The main thing that I've seen out of it, though, is that it would be really questionable if we could build it for the same cost. And I don't know if we would be able to build it to the same specifications that they have. So even where you were saying, if we got a truck and we put all the things into it, we're doing a hack job instead of something that's specially designed for this. I hate the cost. I think this is something that we do need. But again, I'm going to ask, are we looking at any type of grant that would give us something like this? Because we've got a huge trail system, and our trail system is probably going to be the number one times that this is going to be used. I mean, our firemen are, while they're not accident prone, I also think they're in good enough shape that they could do just about any of these kind of things. And that's a requirement really for them, but I don't want them to get injured. But looking at trails and looking at the hill up here, I think it would be used for certain different types of things, but I'm wondering if there's grants for it that are associated with any of these kind of things, maybe with the trail foundations, where we've got so much of it that we've got to follow. I love the sponsorship idea. It's one of those that you've sold me on it. I do think that we do need it. I really do. And it's one of those that I want to see if there's any option for it price-wise. And if we can work that down, that's even better. So sponsorship would be great. Have we ever just tried to do a fireman's fundraiser? I mean, I know that's something they used to do all the time, but I'm not saying you guys do calendars. I'm just saying that,
But hold on. Don't be hasty.
But I'm saying, is there something that we could do to offset instead of just increasing the tax or the budget? Because I think this is one of those things that the citizens would definitely donate to, but
So
I don't know. Please.
I'm currently applying for a grant for this that will pay for half of it if we get it. So that's being worked on already. I just need a letter from Sheriff Sparks. It's the only piece of the puzzle that I'm missing. It's primarily for search and rescue teams. So whether we get it or not, I don't know. I'm not gonna hold my breath on that one. Wayne, if I may push back a little bit, I have a super built Jeep. Like I have a bad sweet Jeep. Okay, it's
In
sweet.
a good way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I am married into a family of side-by-side users. And my Jeep can do lots of cool stuff, but there's lots of places they can go that I have no business taking my Jeep. And so a Colorado, I'm sure is just as capable as a Jeep, but from a width standpoint and a weight standpoint, there, in my opinion, there's a significant difference.
Okay. I, I appreciate the feedback. I try to ask this in a question. Do you have, or could it be obtained, any kind of records, maintenance records? Um, I just see the pickup trucks, the Jeeps or whatever, a little bit more durable than the belt-driven Polaris's, Can-Avs and stuff like that that could break down, and you're going to be able to do a lot more maintenance repair. Has that been looked at? Is that part of the considerations?
I can talk to the departments that have had them for a while, like Farmington's had theirs for a long time. I can see what their annual maintenance and stuff is on there, so I don't have any data on that.
Let's hold
currently.
everyone's thoughts right there and let's go eat lunch. I don't think we're ready to go past this yet, but it's, I can see a few more minutes, so let's eat and then we'll continue this discussion. Luckily, we have a train to fit that all. Oh, yeah. I think it's time if we're gonna get out of here at 3 o'clock, and I think Dave's got a lot to go through yet, don't you, Dave? Oh, man. I could just keep going. Oh, boy. Don't mind being here by yourself. After 3, I'll just talk to myself. I think where we ended up was with Jeremy. You had a question, I believe. Do you remember? Okay, I'll start. I had a couple of them. So back to this side by side. Derek, help me understand. Give me some scenarios if you wouldn't mind. Some situations where we would use that side by side.
So on the EMS side of things, it'd be servicing our trails. We've expanded the trails along the river all the way to the freeway. I think the long-term plans are they not to even expand it further and connect it with the
Bonneville Shoreline Trail.
Bonneville Shoreline Trail. So, and really servicing any of the trail systems we have. Someone rolls an ankle, has a heart attack, heat exhaustion, or someone's in the river and we're trying to find them. There's, on the EMS side, there's lots of different scenarios where we would need it in those limited access areas. And we've had those calls already, especially down on the river trail that's super popular. As far as fire goes, any brush fire where we have access issues, it'd come in handy there. And
So elaborate on that a little bit. Where do you see a brush fire? We could get to with a brush truck.
I think
We would with a side by side.
I know like down here, especially on the Paul's portion of the hill, I know they have four-wheel drive trails that are not wide enough for vehicles, but we could get a side-by-side up. So anything along this hillside, that we could access some of those trails that we're not gonna need a larger apparatus up. And then over on the east end, I haven't been up on the mountain a ton, but I've been up there enough to know that there's lots of trails over on the east mountainside that you're probably not gonna get a fully loaded brush truck up, but you could get a side-by-side up. And even our call the other day, our primary objective on that call the other day was not putting the giant fire out. It was making sure we were wetting down all the surrounding area. Luckily, our fuel load's not super dry right now, but the amount of embers we were getting coming off that hill, I had crews down on the hillside trying to keep all that area wet to keep it from spreading anywhere else. And so on the fire side, there's lots of different scenarios where we'd be utilizing a side-by-side to get into harder to reach areas, including down along the river. Obviously, we have a history of fires running along 84 in the river. And then as far as other things we'd use it for, almost every year during South Weber Days, we run a call on the parade route and taking EMS side-by-side up and down the parade route. I guess that's once a year thing. Usually we borrow Farmington side-by-side for South Weber Days just so we can handle that a little easier without sending, full-size units up and down the parade route. So big events is also another opportunity where we would utilize that.
On the trails, we do have the trail the river trail down here that goes down into Riverdale. But once you get to the RV park down there, from there on out, it's not a developed trail. There's bits and pieces that have been developed, but there's a lot of connections that still have to be made before that trail will go through. Same with kind of straight back through here. I know there's three landowners from the UNA side that flat out refuse to allow the trails to go through there. So it's going to be years before we see a full trail system that goes all the way down through here. Up on the hillside, I can't see, we can get up on the canal. We should be able to get up onto the canal. The road that goes up from the Paul property to the top, that's a road that any four-wheel drive or pickup truck can take up. I don't see that many trails along the hillside there or on the mountain. I grew up here and I've been on all of them. I can't see that there would be areas that you could take a side by side. And beside, if you could, I think it'd be awful dangerous to even try because the mountain and this hillside is so darn steep. You know, then we could probably really have a liability if we try and take a, I wouldn't, and I've driven side by sides, four-wheel drives, ATVs for years and years and years, and I know I wouldn't try and take one on a side like that. So I'm having a real hard time seeing, and you know, we do have the parade, and I know you've been on them, but it's a road, and you know, we should be able to, I'm sure if there's an emergency and everybody sees it, they're gonna move back to where the ambulance can get down and service them. And even if it was out in the park, same thing there. I think that we could take whatever we needed to out to them. So I'm having a hard time really seeing the need for a side-by-side. That's my thoughts on it.
Okay.
I do love the cost. I would like to know. So this 48,000 that Young's have come up with, is that comparable? The equipment that would go on that, is that comparable to the $75,000 machine? Do you know?
Yeah, the skids are mainly the biggest difference between the two units. The skids the two skids we got for the other two Polaris quotes are the same skid. This skid from Young's is a completely different company, and that's got to be where the primary cost difference is coming from.
Is it, this one from Young, is it a Polaris too?
Yeah, all three are
The
Polarises.
same machine.
Yes.
Okay. I do like that cost if they're equipped the same. I would not like to have them equipped it with something that's less quality or not getting a hold up, you know,
Right.
know.
No,
Same with capacity on water and PSI that it would spray out, you know. I wouldn't want to,
the biggest drawback to the skid that Young's is asking for is it doesn't have the EMS jump seat like the other two have. Which I would rather have the EMS jump seat there. So we're actually, especially if we have a patient where they're managing their airway, we can have somebody in that EMS jump seat managing their airway. And the skid from Young does not have that seat. But something's better than nothing. So I'd say that's my biggest concern about the differences in the skids.
So just because we were talking about it previously, what aspects would this be able to handle in the emergency management system? Is it capable enough or more capable than a vehicle here in town? Are there any scenarios where, again, we have the wildfire coming down or we have a quake? I mean, those are probably the two that we'd be hit by the most. Are there any of those that this would be more of an asset than a vehicle? Things that could get around? Or are we just thinking normal fire and?
I think there's lots of what if scenarios I could throw out there where it would be more appropriate if we were truly to the point where roads were inaccessible and I can take that through a field that I can't, you know, that I would bury a typical vehicle up to its axles on. I mean, I get, once we hit build out, we're not gonna have a lot of fields to be cruising through anyways, but that'd be the main thing is if we don't have road access and we're truly off-roading, not even just trails, but trying to cut through people's properties and stuff, I could see it being useful there, especially if the ground's wet. We could throw all the appropriate equipment we would need to extricate the patient either to the ambulance or if, I mean, Ogden Regional is just right up the hill. If we truly needed to, we could cruise up there with it, but that would be worst case scenario. I'm not saying that's a likely scenario. I'm just, if you're asking me to speculate, that'd be what I would speculate
how
to.
wide?
The side-by-side,
Yeah, everything on it.
I'll have to pull it up. I don't have all that top of mind.
So if you had to bring someone out on it. Where is that gurney attached? Is that in the back of it or is that the sides of it? Or
Um,
I'm wondering how wide that might be.
is this your computer? I can send you the quote. I'll just send it to you. And then I can pull up the specs to answer your width question. I'm trying to find the actual width on here. I don't see, I can look up the vehicle real quick.
Well, that's okay. I just thought maybe you might know. Okay. Any other discussion on side by side?
Yes, Mayor, thank you for asking. This cost, now that we know that Derek has a cost down from 75 to 48-ish, is that more palatable to the council? Wayne says no.
I'm a yes already. And I was a yes at 60,000, so this is just even better for me.
Joel? Well, that was my follow-up question. If we can get a grant, and it is a long shot. When I was reading the grant specifications, I don't know. But if we can, and it's a city match, so it's 50-50 city, right? City grant match, okay. So it'd be 20, don't make me do math, 25,000. Is that palatable? Okay.
It's still a tough stuff. But I do see the need for it in certain areas. As I was talking during the break, if we've got that whole trail, a lot of difference between that trail and anything else is that it's full of a lot of old people. And I'm just saying that, you know, you're not gonna get a lot of the young ones that are out there. You're gonna have people that if something happens, they're not gonna be mobile. They're not gonna be able to do anything. And I just think that, you know, we've got to look at that. We've got to meet the population.
I think that's something to bring up. We talked about this when I was on the Parks Committee, that people want trails, so we're putting in trails, but then we have to maintain it. And part of the maintenance is also providing that EMS service to it, so.
Well, I don't know. I've never tried.
I think any more trail development than what we see right now is years down the road. We could be through one or two of these units by then.
Sure could.
My goal is to keep this for 20 years. I know we talked about that last year, but just since we haven't mentioned it this year.
You'd put these on a 20-year rotation?
Yeah.
Because we looked at the used ones and 10-year-old ones were like 35 to 45-ish.
Yeah.
We don't want to use.
No, we don't. No.
An ATV, you don't want to use.
No.
Right.
So we have two people say, yes, put it in there. One says, let's look at the grant, and Wayne is a no. Is that enough?
I feel like Blair was kind of
Where was it?
in the middle somewhere. Well, last, wasn't he?
Yeah, every time.
I'll just qualify my no. It's nothing against firefighter safety. I just don't think that's the expense we need to put our money toward at this point in time. I think the money could be better spent elsewhere.
Okay, fair enough. I would rather see it go there than recreation, just so you guys know. I think the rec programs are great and I know that they're not always self-funding, but I think that this, if it came down to it and we had a situation, I think our residents would prefer we have something safe for them than us provide something fun for them. I'm not saying we're getting rid of the rec program, so don't please.
You know, there's
But it's
something
not
about
what
kids
I'm
learning
saying.
how to run, so especially in emergency. I would recommend then we go on and keep it on the budget for later on discussion. We look and see if we're going to be able to get the grant and then, because I think that at least that gives us a chance to really look at it versus the cost that's right now prohibitive. So, but I wouldn't take it off. What do you guys think?
You say budget, you would budget for. You say budget, you would budget it at 50,000, or would you budget at 25,000? And if you didn't get the grant, you didn't buy it?
Yep.
So the latter.
25.
Again, this is just to make it part of the budget discussion and process. If we can't get the grant, then we have to look at it that time. But I'm saying if we can get the grant, and I know it's not the best chance on it, or we can get a deal on it, whenever we can do, I just say it's one of those that's important enough that we don't completely take it off of the process until we get to a point where we decide to.
So Derek, you're waiting, you say you're waiting for decision from Sheriff Sparks?
Yeah, I finished all the grant writing this last week. And when I got to the final submission, one of the last tabs is you have to have a letter of support from your sheriff. And so I'm waiting to get that letter from him. I don't foresee him not giving us that letter.
Have you talked to him?
I just sent him an email asking for it.
Would you like me to talk to him?
I mean, if he's pushing back, but I think right now, me handling it's appropriate.
He is pushing back a little?
No, I'm saying if he started to push back on me and was like,
Yeah,
I
if He
don't,
starts to,
we have a pretty good relationship, so I'm not too worried about. I mean, it's no skin off his nose. I'll even draft a letter for him and just have him sign it. If he's like, I'll get to it, I'll be like, well, here, I'll just.
What's the
make it easy
timeline
for
That's
for
what I was just gonna say. Isn't it
submission?
March?
And
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, you're fine. I'm not worried about getting the letter from him.
So yeah, that's important to note that the grant deadline is in March sometime.
Yeah,
And then I don't remember when they're awarding it.
yeah, everything else is done. So it's truly just a matter of getting that letter, attaching it and hitting submit. I've done all the other legwork on it.
Okay, next item. Chief and Creel, will you update us on the truck discussion?
Sure. So we met with the new fleet management company. They are super happy with the mileage of our current fleet. And they feel like we're gonna get a really good return on like our brush trucks, the BC truck, the medic truck. And he said if we were willing to switch the medic truck and the BC truck over to Tacomas, then we could basically get the third truck, the chief's truck, for just a couple thousand more per year, as if we stayed with like Dodge 2500s.
And 3 for the price of 2,
Yeah,
essentially.
a little bit more than that. I don't want to say that it's a complete wash, but he said 2,000 more is what he estimated it'd be more. So a year.
Dump the Dodge and go to the Toyota.
Dump the 2 Dodges, go to Toyota.
Yes.
Sure.
Not talking Fords here.
So he also mentioned that not only does it make sense from just a dollar amount standpoint as far as the leases being cheaper, he also said the Tacomas have, especially if you do the off-road package, the Tacomas have a really high resale value. And so when he found out we were willing to go with Tacomas, he was super stoked because he's like, this is gonna, in the long run, be far better financially for the city, rotating Tacomas versus rotating Dodges. Is that accurate sum up?
are we ready to rotate our Dodges? How long we have the Dodges?
Yeah, they're saying 3 years and we're at that 3-year mark this year. And yeah, and then
For a dog.
and then yeah.
Year-old dog, I still.
And so I know we're talking fleet in general, but hopefully that helps kind of frame the financial aspect of this decision as well. So,
What's the mileage on those though? They're really, really low, right?
yeah,
Like,
18.
That's why we've got 3 years out of them.
Yeah, both. So the medic's 13,000 and I think the DC was 14,500. And he was even more astonished by our brush truck mileages,
like
What-
8,000.
which we're gonna be rotating those too. No, the brush trucks were like 1,000 miles.
How do we rotate that? That's still new.
That's great for us.
Actually, he recommends 5 years on those.
Yeah.
Brush trucks.
He's saying 5 years, but we might do these ones on 4 just to get the rotation going, right? And those obviously have a longer build time than just taking a Tacoma and putting some lights and sirens on it.
So we just equipped the Toyota, the emergency equipment that you needed. Can we take that off, put it on one of these Tacomas, or? Because we spent, I think that was a pretty good chunk of change to do that.
The lights and sirens. You can move the sirens over, you can move, the light bars are specific to the width of the vehicle, so I don't know if they can C-bracket those somehow. I'm not sure on the light bar. But we only have the light bar on one of the vehicles, but as far as the sirens and everything, those should be able to be moved over pretty easily.
Talking about the Camry? Yes.
Oh, the Camry? We
I'm
can,
talking about the chief vehicle.
yeah,
Just
so
equipment.
the lights in the Camry can easily be moved into the Tacoma. Because those are just visor lights and then wig wags in the headlights and the tail lights, and then resting on the back window by the brake light. Those are easily removed and transferred into a different vehicle along with the siren.
Okay, so by trading these in right now, we get an extra vehicle for about the same price. So the justification for this is we're going to start the revamp of this vehicle lease program and do it properly from what it probably should have been originally.
Yeah.
Gosh, I just
It's
hate
the whole
to,
fleet slide we're talking about.
okay.
I was one of the biggest haters on the fleet lease program. I think Dave would agree with that. And I feel far more comfortable now than I ever did with Bancor as far as a process and competency standpoint, if that helps ease your mind a little bit.
Sure, like to go back to Baker.
So I guess the question that I have then is, if we only have 18,000 miles on these after 3 years, does that mean that we have maybe one too many trucks already? I mean, because if we're barely using them to that level over 3 years, it kind of makes the question of, okay, well, can we piggyback on each other? Can we do, or do these trucks have to be standalone units? It's just a question.
So you're saying go down to one pickup truck? I'm just trying to understand what you're
Yeah,
asking.
well, I'm asking that if we're getting that low mileage on it, it means they're not getting it used that much, at least as a driving vehicle. So would one be able to do the job of the two?
This goes back to like the duplicity that we try to accomplish, why we have 2 Ambos, why we have 2 engines, why we have 2 brush trucks. It's, for example, this last month, both Dodges, for all you Dodge haters, you're gonna love this.
Yeah.
Both Dodges spent multiple days at the Riverdale Place,
Yeah.
getting, recalls fixed on them. And so the point of having two is to make sure that when those recalls or one of my firefighters wraps the medic truck around a full Maverick, that, we have another vehicle to operate out of. So to me, two is the bare minimum. If I stay in the Camry, and I don't think that's the best option from an operational standpoint. but,
Absolutely.
For example, the fire the other day, I had to go to the station and grab the medic truck just so I could make it onto that fire because the Camry that wasn't gonna happen.
Front wheel drive. I thought I was sad that if you did to the process of the three, and we're talking about miles on two of them not being very high, we can always rotate the chief's vehicle. You're gonna probably put more miles on the chief's vehicle
Yeah,
than the other two. If you, every year you could probably rotate through and even out the miles.
yeah, it's true.
So we're obviously getting more money. The less miles I have, we're gonna get more money back on it. To me, it's not necessarily a mileage thing, it's
I need.
the need, and then it's the return value. I mean, if it's sustainable and we're doing okay, you know, that way, not losing no money, then, you know, why not do that? So,
That's probably been a hard concept for me because I drive a truck for 25 years until most people wouldn't even get in it. But there's a sweet spot when you trade them in
Yeah,
with this lease program that if you don't trade them in, you're starting to lose value.
start losing.
And lose money, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Tia can correct me if I read it wrong, but when he found out the mileage on our fire fleet, he's like, you guys are gonna make a killing on these vehicles. Is how he portrayed it to us.
We sold a 2017 Ford, right? 2017 and a 2019 in July and August. And we got 35 and 32,000 out of each of them.
Wow.
So they both had roughly 20,000 miles on them. So those we already owned, they weren't leases. That's just, and Bodie had them done within days.
Yeah.
Within days of us telling them, giving him pictures, mileage, VIN, he had them sold within a few days.
Okay.
So this is the type of company that we're switching to. They're knowledgeable. Both Derek and Mark have met with them. We've had, I feel like, great conversations. They know exactly what these guys need. They know exactly what vehicles are capable of. And I think that we're going to actually provide vehicles for the employees that they're going to be actually be able to do their job. So for less money, might I add.
I think this is what the company before told us they were gonna be, and they weren't. But these guys are actually following through like instantly.
I talk to them weekly, so.
That's good, good news.
I'm good with this one personally. I think this makes sense and
I hesitated at first, but after explaining that and with the change over to the Dodge, I'm for it.
For 3 or 2?
Okay.
3 or 2?
3.
Yeah, I hate to get rid of a vehicle that has 1,000 miles on it, but I can see if we can get 3 for 2, so. Yeah, okay.
Those ones don't have 1,000. Those are the brush trucks. And those ones we're gonna probably end up doing more of a 5-year lease with those ones.
I would think so.
much better about
Yeah, these ones have 14, 5, and 12. 13,000.
Yeah.
So they are
Okay.
driven more.
2 or 3?
I'd
Wait,
say
hold
4
on.
and make one of them the side by side that you're talking about. Cheaper.
You got a deal.
Now we're making some headway. I like it. Okay, now we're gonna switch into capital projects. First one on the list is fire station remodel.
Great.
Nope.
So this is, since I became chief, I think if any of you remember candidate orientation or the new council orientation, I gave each of you a sheet of my 10-year capital projects plans. This has been on there since I became chief. Our station this year hits 20 years old. We have 2 true bedrooms and we're staffed with 3 people. And so we're looking to add another room upstairs and do, thanks to the mayor's help, we've been able to do a lot in the kitchen already as far as countertops and stuff. A lot of that stuff's already been taken care of. So thank you, Mayor, for that. But it's just a 20-year-old station and there's some stuff outside of even getting that room done. Once we get a quote on that, it might take up the whole amount. I don't know. But this has just been part of that 10-year capital projects plan.
What do you mean get that room done? Are we talking about a whole addition to it?
No, it'd be framing in a bedroom in our existing space.
Okay.
Just stud walls and plaster, that's $100,000 for a 12 by 10.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what the quote's gonna be on framing in the bedroom, but a lot of the tile, especially in the upstairs bathrooms, is falling apart. So there's other aspects of this outside of that. That's probably gonna be the biggest cost. But they also made the upstairs bathrooms, the ADA compliant bathrooms. So we have sinks that are, yep. They did
Have an
the,
elevator?
no elevator.
So why do you have to have an ADA bathroom?
Well,
if there's no elevator?
So, and then they put the ADA shower in the downstairs one, but upstairs the sinks are about knee high. And again, that's not the end of the world, but when the overall point is there was lots of stuff done to make that station as cheap as they could when they first built it. And if we could correct some of those things, especially some of the electrical things they did, this would go a long way to correcting some of that.
Does it all be contracted out or you guys have self-help as part of this?
There'd be some self-help, I'm sure, as far as I have guys that I know that can frame and, but yeah. We try to do as much of that as we can. Sometimes it ends up biting us in the butt, but for the most
So
part.
would you rather the fire station remodel or the side by side?
Oh, man.
I'm all in.
Call his bluff.
I would take the side by side.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to say for at least myself, that's $100,000 without any real breakdown in the cost, the projects, any of those kind of things. I know it was probably one that you added into it to make sure it was on the budget, but without a lot more detail on it. Yeah.
That's what's hard is
Yeah.
this time of year, because we're talking about money that's available in July. Most places will only give you 90-day quotes. And so it's,
Yeah, but a quote would at least let you know what you want to do and what you're doing. Even if you looked at the $100,000, you'd go, okay, really all I can do is just the bathroom remodel, nothing with the beds or something. So,
right.
yeah, that's the only reason right now I'm saying that I wouldn't even really look at it if somebody else came through, not just the fire department with that. So,
My thoughts is this is exactly what we were talking about earlier, as far as everything has a life cycle, right? And what we're asked to do on this one is almost pay attention to something that councils and mayors 10 or 15 years ago should have paid attention to and should have started socking money away. Like, you know what, we're going to need to redo the fire station in 20 years. Let's do something about that and start thinking about stuff like that.
It's funny.
In my opinion.
Yeah, it's ironic that you bring that up because I've been talking to David for the last couple months now about the typical lifespan of a fire station in general is 50 years and we're at 20. And we've discussed about having a station replacement program where we're socking away money for all of us are going to be dead or in a retirement home when that needs to happen 30 years from now. But I agree. We need to start thinking about that, and the more money we can put aside now for that 30 years from now means that council and that fire chief aren't trying to come up with the full amount. So
Is it possible that maybe what we could do on this particular need is we can chunk it up into, okay, let's target the bathroom first, and then let's do that first, and then let's do the bedroom or whatever the greatest need is or something.
Right.
Maybe we could chunk this up to where it's not 100,000 right out of the gate, but maybe it's 20,000 this year and then 30,000 next year or something like that.
And we've kind of been doing that already. Like we've done our floors, we've done the countertops. There's things we've already been trying to improve as we go. Again, this plan initially is for the bedrooms and fixing the bathrooms.
Yep.
And if we want to spread that across 2 years, I would do the bedroom first and then the bathroom second, if that makes it easier for people to
Yeah,
support.
I agree with Joel from the perspective of it'd be really helpful to get some kind of
Quote.
good estimate or quote like, hey,
Okay.
generally speaking, if we pull the trigger today, this is what the cost we're talking about. This is how much for the bathroom. This is how much for the floors. This is how much for the bedroom. This is, just the basic stuff.
So, Mayor, how much would that cost me to get a bedroom and,
The bedroom's not gonna cost much,
okay?
and I know the need that we have for the bedroom. I think you could throw a bedroom in there this year, and I'll be happy to help and get people lined up, and I think we can handle that without much, great cost, but I can come up with something.
I'll show up. If I can find a tool.
Just to go along with your ink in the ointment, I guess, philosophically.
Yeah.
We're still paying off the fire station with our bonds, and now we're investing money to fix it up. No saying that we don't need it, but we now have a bond for our public works building. Given your argument, we need to put money away now so that before the bond's paid off, we're starting to refurbish the public works building as well. And we need to understand
Well, I
what
think
we're
we need to-
investing in, and do we get our full investment out before we start?
I agree. And
Overhaul
when
it.
me and David talked, it was, yeah, once the bond's paid off on our fire station, not talking public works or anything else. Once the bond's paid off on the fire station and we're not having that $100,000 a year expenditure, whether it's public safety impact fees, I guess those are only good for 6 years. But finding a way to squirrel away some money in some form or fashion once we freed up that cost. Because I know some years we haven't even had enough public safety impact fees to cover the bond. Is that correct? So we're pulling that money from somewhere.
Yeah, that's the point, man. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not arguing that we need to make the modifications.
Okay.
It's for the public's benefit. We still have an investment we're paying off of, the
Right.
core investment. And before we start making major overhauls and stuff of that nature, we need to be thinking about paying off our investment before we.
Right, but I think that just goes to say we don't really have good visibility into the life cycle of everything, right? And if we laid that all out and be like, oh, there's some overlap because maybe we didn't plan very effectively 10 years ago, but we're going to fix that moving forward, right? I think as long as we go through a process like that, I think that would put us in a much better spot. And then we would know definitively, you know what? We're going to have to raise taxes or something for 10 years to get us back where we need to be. And then we can pull back, or maybe that's where it should be because of all the expenses that are necessary. Not necessarily like
The
that.
philosophy's great.
Yeah.
I guess we're saying the same thing, is that
Yeah.
we don't want to pay twice for
Right.
something that we're.
I know a city manager that was involved with building a building that was half fire station, half city hall. So I think Central Park would be a great location for a new city hall and a new fire station in 30 years. Were you involved with Pleasant Groves? Oh, it was police fire. Yeah.
Hope the budget discussion makes it clear that we want to be as forward-thinking as possible, and those ideas of, we know that expense is coming, and so we want to save money for it, is top of mind. And yet, the current needs sometimes make it hard to set aside money for a future need when a current need is so daunting. So, it becomes difficult balancing that, but we all want to make sure that we're keeping those things in mind and not just waiting for that big shoe to drop.
Right. Yeah. I totally agree with that. And I think we're on the same page from the philosophy perspective. But I think the discussions with the citizens are a lot better and a lot stronger when you are coming to the conversation with, hey, we've been planning for this expense for the last 10 years. We can pay cash for this thing instead of taking a bond out for 30 years and it costing 2.5 times what it normally would have costed had we just saved now, right? I think those kinds of conversations are a lot easier to swallow than, hey, we gotta build a new building, here's another $10 million we gotta add to the budget. Oh, and that means your taxes gotta go up by X% to cover the costs or whatever for the next 30 years, you know?
I guess what I'm saying is the money to pay for that ends up being the same, right? It's
Yeah.
still a property tax revenue conversation, and
Right.
you're either raising it up front and setting money aside.
Right.
Or you're waiting and then raising it when that, when that need hits and it's
Sure.
on, like you said, because you didn't save it up. So
Right.
I think you're saying doing it incremental all the way through, so. And for our perspective, money is money, but for citizen perspective, it's not. So. I think that's what you're saying. If not, you should have. Hey, any other question about fire station? Okay, FAC security cameras. This is, we have a security system at the FAC. The school district also has a security system at the FAC because they don't share and they're separate and distinct systems. We have to have our own, they have to have their own. And, so long story short, our system, it needs an upgrade. I know that you can have security system conversations in a closed session, so that you don't compromise anything, and so I don't want to say too much about the specifics of the system or whatnot. But it is failing currently, and so this is a conversation that either needs to be budgeted for next fiscal year or an amendment for this fiscal year to, take care of it sooner rather than later. So as far as need, it is a high need. And we just.
Can you explain why there's a need? I mean, I understand it's broken or failing or whatever. If the school system already has a camera system on it and somebody drives a car through the front window, they're part owner, they're going to have that recorded, they're going to be able to see those kind of things. So what specifically are we expecting our camera system to do? Yeah,
Just because they're seeing something doesn't mean they're sharing.
they will with the police though. So, and that's the thing is I don't want to duplicate something if we don't have to. And if it's because we don't have a good relationship with the district or we're not looking at scenarios where if it's actually a crime committed, their videos are going to go to the police.
Or is the school district's just exterior site security and the cities are interior?
No, it's full.
So they're complementary to each other.
You go in the facility and you look closely, you see two cameras next to each other. Almost every location.
So they are duplicated.
So
Okay.
I
Yep.
would feel better doing this in a closed session. I think it's good to have this notated on here. So I would propose we say, cool, let's talk about this. This is on our radar. How's everybody feel about that?
February 27th.
All right.
Okay, bury that one. Okay, the Family Activity Center HVAC system. I am not the one who understands this very specifically. And Curtis, who has been talking to Blair about it, neither of which are here. But to the idea of setting money aside, that's what this concept is recognizing that that system is old, right? It's a 20-year building, just like the fire station. That system has had some struggles with it for a while now. If you ever walk upstairs to the track, you immediately feel the temperature difference. So this is, the reason there's a question mark next to it is because it's really, how much would we want to set aside? How long do we think we have lifespan? There's some questions there about nailing this down, but the concept is to set aside money.
Do we own 100% accountability for that system?
No.
No.
So whatever it's half, so it's 50/50
Yeah.
shared with the district?
That was my point. So we probably need to get the school district on board and find out what their part of the program is and jointly come up with a program as to what we want to put aside, not guess. So I think some conversation with the school district is appropriate before we put any money aside.
Yeah, are they, just to add to that too, do they have say over what type of system goes in there, or or is it a joint discussion? Do you know the details on that? Okay. Okay, because I'm with you, because the airflow in that building is not the greatest for sure. So there's definitely opportunity to fix whatever is happening there.
Yeah, if you talk to Blair, it's a poorly engineered HVAC system.
Oh, okay.
And I'm an engineer, so I'm dissing on myself.
So I've got a question on this one too. If the fire station needs some upgrades and some maintenance, and now we've got the Family Activity Center doing it, and obviously the last couple of years, we've made changes to this building. Would it make sense to separate a account that is specific to collecting enough money to have a facilities budget that we constantly pull through? So we have something that we're putting money into every year that builds up, so that then based on that fund, we can look at it and say, okay, are we going to fix their bathrooms this year, or are we going to fix the air conditioning? Oh, wait a minute. This building's air conditioning just went out, so now that takes precedence over this. Or I'm just wondering if that would make more sense than doing each one of these separate. I don't know. Please. These are going to just be a capital project. It's not going to be anything, and we're not going to decide which one to use it on. We're just saying both are going to go into it.
Anything that is a general fund related governmental expense, capital project is in the capital project fund.
Okay.
And I think right now, I have to go back to the slide where it's 1.5 million in the fund balance, right? We're not building that.
So we're only going to put it in for specific items.
But, well, what I was to add to that was several years ago, we came up with a philosophy that we're taking the first 200 or 250,000 of sales tax revenue, and it's going in 20% up to $200,000 is going into the capital fund. And then now this is one of those distributions. So it wasn't earmarked specific to any project. It was just the general, so we can at least build up a capital fund for these type of projects or a bigger project.
Thank you.
Maybe that would have been helpful to marry how much money has been set aside for capital projects with this. But again, recognizing that just because the money's sitting there doesn't mean it's all available to spend at the same time, right? There are reserves that we're trying to. We have other projects like the 7375 and whatnot. So do we have a big problem with that? 7375? No, from trying to steal from the capital. No.
I don't steal anything.
Borrow. No, I mean, I'm just wondering, because you brought it up like 3 times, so I didn't know if we do that a lot.
There are very specific circumstances when that type of conversation takes place, and that's all publicly about when and why. There's very specific projects and stuff already. Okay, the rec sign. This is the recreation sign right across the street from City Hall that's up on the pole where you get to take the individual letters off and put them on. That used to be a broader city sign, but then it's become just recreation program information that Curtis updates. This came up in the recreation committee saying we should look and see what a cost would be for that. I have had conversations with Yesco Sign on that. They haven't given me a number yet. So I took 35,000 that it was for the digital sign over near Maverick and added some. And that's why there's a question mark. I don't have that number back yet. But conceptually, that was the idea of making that a more usable sign for recreation.
Well, if I can jump in on that, the actual impetus for it was, can we spend a couple of grand and put a light inside this one, put some new plastic on the sides of it, put new letters out on it? What would it take to bring it up to a point where we could actually use it and it would be something that people could see? Again, looking for that, making an investment in the rec center. Um, uh, an LED or a larger sign or any of those kind of things weren't originally in the description. So it definitely would be advantageous either way though, so.
Conversation with Yesco was, give us options, right? And so hopefully we'll have something from full replacement to, let's just kind of refresh it a little bit.
Just to add to it, Joel was saying, do we do anything with the sign? I guess for the council, do we do anything with the sign? If so, what? Do we just take it down and not have anything? That's one option versus leaving a, eyesore there. Or do we upgrade it with a few lights, a few new lettering, or do we go all out and get another electronic sign? We were talking about the de minimis use.
My feeling on this is the same as with the full-time position. If the rec program can pay for it, then by all means, let it upgrade or whatever's needed. But if you need additional funds, then I'm not in favor of that personally.
Yeah, I agree. And if we're talking about having to replace the security system, that would make a higher priority to me than the sign. Because this is not our only way of advertising.
And is there any way to tell what kind of value that sign does bring to the table? Like even if we were all in and like, yeah, let's put a sweet LED 10 by 10 sign or whatever up there, are we going to get enough out of that to where
We
it's
haven't
gonna-
put any numbers seeing where people are coming that are registering for all the different sports or whatnot. And that's mainly what that is used for is football season registration begins,
Yeah.
X day. So we do still put the information on the rec site. We've actually put a lot of it on the front page of the website. I believe we've done a couple of send outs either through email or just through the website. But we haven't done any a formal marketing look at, okay, are these people getting it from word of mouth or are they getting it from the sign or anything like that? It's probably something that on the new applications, we could just put a line down there and ask for it so that we can start generating some numbers to see where they heard about it and see if the sign is of any value.
Yeah. I think that could be valuable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I don't know, I have a hard time thinking that is like a critical communication spot, right?
Yeah.
That's just my thoughts.
Public Safety Committee has talked about the idea of purchasing a second speed trailer that could be moved around the city. We currently have two. One is very old and flashes the speed sign or the speed that cars are traveling, but it doesn't gather any data. The second sign is newer that we got a few years ago. It does gather data and we are generating reports and stuff on that. The program is we move those around the city every 2 weeks and try to gather data from specific locations or at every once in a while when we get a citizen request with justification about a specific area, we'll put it in that location as well. So this is again up for conversation.
Yeah. Well, I've gone through the numbers so far, so it's just kind of a rough. And I can tell you straight out that it has an impact on the drivers because you can see from start to end that they all slow down. I think part of that has been the placement of where they're at. I mean, it only has 75 feet that it can actually pick up any type of speed. And most of these are put with 300 feet ahead, so you at least know that they're there. But I do believe, and remember, I'm the guy who hates speeders. I think they're effective at doing that. And it's more effective than some of the other more expensive things that we've done, like increasing police hours to be able to stop the speeding. And I'm not trying to cause a problem here, but it's still just, if it's a choice, then do we need additional expensive hours Or do we need a couple of these in different areas? 475 is a good example. Everybody that goes down it right now, they see it, they usually slow down. We've got the numbers that show they slow down, even how high they start. But it's working as that kind of deterrent. Would that be effective as our method of reducing speed using kind of a Pareto of 80-20? If not, then I don't know if we need to worry so much about speed. If we're not going to,
Hold on, say that again.
yeah, I don't know if we need to worry that much about speed. If we're not going to invest the dollars in it, and we're not going to actually try to stop it, whether that's by the police enforcement or by this that will remind people enough to slow down, I don't know what else we can do. We've worked as hard as we can with Davis County. They do a good job, but they so far are still pulling in lower numbers because of how much responsibility. It's kind of a priority thing that they have. And they've got a lot of bigger priorities. So I don't know any other way to fix the speeding issue is what I'm trying to say. And that's just going off the preliminary numbers that I've got.
Were you gonna say something, Wayne? Oh,
I had a smart ass comment. I was gonna say, well, maybe we should have all the tickets that they write pay for the new speed limit sign, kind of like the rec program type thing.
yeah, yeah, not a bad idea. Weren't you going to also check in to see how much it would cost for permanent signs in certain locations, David?
One permanent sign is about $3,500.
3,500?
Yeah.
So we could have 2 or 3 of those for every one trailer if we
Yes.
wanted.
Yes. Last time we ordered it was three of the mounted permanent speed signs to one trailer.
Do they give us data? Permanent ones?
The speed sign, the permanent ones are not providing data right now. Actually, that's not true. The 1900 East one does.
So you can get them that way.
So with the data, is it 3,500 or?
Yes,
or-
yeah. For the permanent sign. And maybe that's changed since we last ordered.
From my perspective, there's only a few hotspots around. At least that's what I'm getting out of the data that we've collected anyway. Why are you laughing?
I don't know.
So
She's getting-
if we're going to address, if we feel like the signs are a way to address speeders to slow the traffic down, then my recommendation is we figure out where the most effective spot to put a permanent one is, and then we install a permanent sign.
Agreed.
And then we don't have to worry about moving these trailers around every couple of weeks or something. I feel like that's more sustainable long term anyway. And then we ensure that they all collect data. And then we just strategically place them, and then we see if we notice a continual drop in speeding in those areas where we're replacing them, I think. But I'm not opposed to what Wayne
I
talked about
already
it.
said that comment because just driving to this meeting this morning, going down 1900, the car in front of me was doing 35 and at 25. The sign didn't do a thing for him. And if the sheriffs aren't going to write the tickets and cite them, so it's like, okay, not everyone's going to follow those signs. So
Yeah.
until they actually start writing tickets and just not pulling over and say, be nice, slow down, they're not, there's going to be a percentage of this population who's just going to continue to ignore them.
Well, I totally agree with you. I think that's the other half of the conversation too, is if we invest in them, like, is it going to deter 10% of the people from speeding? Is it going to deter
It'll deter-
95% of the people from speeding? And then that's good enough to where public safety is impacted positively enough to make the cost worth it, right?
I think so.
I think when we get the full numbers back and be able to see, percentages of what's happening with the different people on there.
Yeah.
I've said from the beginning, I think there's a small percentage, let's say 5-10% that don't care. That, use it as a high score and drive as fast as they can. And they do that. And the only way to stop them is by writing them a ticket that will get points on their license.
Yeah.
And I mean, when you're endangering people going at that rate of speed, I don't have any sympathy for you. But my question is, and I know this is going to be an unpopular one, but do we need as many hours then that we have for Davis County Sheriff's Department if we're not getting the impact on the roads that we want? I mean, we're not a hotbed of other crimes, but we do have enough that we definitely want them here. But that's the question then is, are we overbuying hours? Or, you know, so I think if this is supposed to be a substitute for it, does it serve that purpose? And those are just questions. I don't know.
A couple of comments. Data shows that the permanent signs over time lose any kind of effectiveness. And I think 1900 East is a good example, is that was, the prime spot that we thought there would be speeding, same with 475. And over time, unless there's enforcement that follows, it doesn't have a shock factor after a while. It just becomes part of what the normal scenery. And so a speed trailer that can be moved and can kind of jar the imagery or the vision there a little bit is unique for that moment. It provides some visual element that might be helpful. Second thought, this is a perspective from the sheriff's office. So take it for what it is. But in conversation that I've had with our lieutenant, he has specifically mentioned that from an operational perspective, the sheriff's office feels like they could provide more hours in South Weber if the contract allowed, that there's a need there. And I don't think that's all speeding related necessarily, but again, take that for what it's worth.
Would that require a contract negotiation?
Yeah.
Is that up this year or next year?
It's it's every year that they were going to provide the updated
Okay.
dollar figure, but
But we haven't heard anything for a fiscal year.
no, not yet.
26.
No, we put in a what, a 3% escalator, just as a placeholder in
Okay.
the draft budget on that contract cost.
I don't think we want to decrease it, that's for sure. Just their presence here is enough to deter people from doing crime. So I'm not in favor of decreasing their hours at all. Excuse me, got a frog in my throat. These speed trailers or speed signs, I think that there's probably more of a need to upgrade our school crossing down here on South Weber Drive than there is to put up speed signs. And I don't know whether UDOT would do that, or if that's a cost to the city. If that's a cost to the city, I'd rather see us spending money to improve that school zone crossing
You're talking
on
about
South Weber Drive than I would to put the money into these speed signs.
I agree with that. And one of the things that I talked to David about bringing up today specifically was on Lester Drive, we have one school flashing sign. It's facing the east. And we've had some issues with the cross guard. Even while I was there, a car just comes zooming right by her while she's in the middle of the road. They don't have lights on the west-facing side of Lester, and they don't have a crosswalk that goes north-south. So that was one of the things that I was going to suggest, was that we look at getting at least something there. I would prefer bigger and better than the one that's east-facing right now, because it's very difficult to see those lights. There also needs to be, and I think Mark and his team actually did it last, there's no red, no parking paint right around that corner. So parents actually pull right up very close to the crosswalk itself, because there's nothing that says they can't park there. And I think they said that Mark came out and spray painted it last time so that we could have it on there. That definitely needs to be on all sides of that crosswalk so that the visibility can be there. So yeah, I think both crosswalks, if we want to improve and put that in, I'm definitely 100% on that, because that's That's the one that on Lester. Not only is that a new road where everything's coming by, so it just hasn't been done, but at the same time, that is literally right in front of the school. And every kid that is going west comes out that way and crosses that crosswalk. So I do think that one is of critical importance.
Because there's a crosswalk right now, going from the school across 1160, is it?
Right.
But
An
there's
east-west
nothing
one.
going north-south in that same intersection
Yeah.
because there's no sidewalk on the north side of the road, at this time.
Yeah.
But because there's no sidewalk or crosswalk north-south, there's also no school zone
Mhm.
in that same section of Leicester. So
Yep.
that's what you're describing is
Yeah.
creating a school zone there.
Yep.
Which I know normally goes around a crosswalk. So we'd have to look into that and find a cost and whatnot. But are there head nods of looking into a cost for that?
Yeah, I would rather, especially since we're already opening up the access from the west to there. I think that would be better use of money than another speed sign.
Okay, we can look into that. Okay, digital sign at the entrance to the city at 475 East. When the beautiful sweeping T was constructed, conduit was run for a future digital sign near that intersection. So as you're driving straight down 475, you'd see a welcome to the city sign. So is now the time to pull the trigger on that. Preparation was laid for it previously. We're bringing that up. Again, question mark of the specific dollar figure because we haven't looked into it. It's more of a concept of do we want to look into that and get specific quote?
Have we approached General RV? I'm just saying, it behooves them and us, and it would be great, public relations to help us put that sign in right there, make it very visible right outside of their area. Just a question, sorry.
I have not talked to them specifically about contributing to a city sign.
Make sure that when we build it, it's at least 6 inches back.
Let's check with you for.
Yes.
Why redo it twice?
True.
When we do it, I want one with a Sasquatch on it. right?
Yeah.
Sasquatch we can model after. We pulled that down off the wall.
I found a giant Sasquatch for $15,000. I should have requested that be discussed today.
Sorry, it's not on the list. We don't get to talk about it.
No, but it's like, I mean, yeah. He's like a cool statue. I sent it to Shaylee. I'm like, let's do it.
I'm not in favor of doing this year personally. That's where I'm at.
Say that again.
I'm not in favor of
Yeah.
doing this year, please.
I agree, to have a sign on the west side for those who enter the city on the west side versus east side. It's necessary, but not now. I just don't see the need right now.
Agreed.
Okay, multi-hazard mitigation plan. If you recall, the BRIC grant that we received a couple of years ago that helped us create a multi-hazard mitigation plan, it identified 5 projects specifically that would help us build resilience in our infrastructure. The first 2 projects are scoping projects. They're kind of planning and study projects. I spoke with our consultant who helped us obtain that BRIC grant and work through the planning process. This would be the city cost, $90,000, his estimate for us to do the first project on that multi-hazard mitigation plan, which would be request grant money to do the scoping project and then provide the scoping project. For the east tank. If you remember, because I'm sure you've all read thoroughly the multi-hazard mitigation plan, that the first project identified the east tank over there above Job Corps as if a major event were to happen, earthquake or whatnot, that we would want to do something for that project to make that more resilient. And so that tank doesn't completely go offline in the case of an earthquake. So in order to wrap our mind around what would need to be done to make that, stand up and mitigate that potential issue, that's what this project would be. It would be study that and kind of scope that out. The idea is that we received grant money to create the plan so that we could then be eligible for grant money to complete the projects. And so this is a take the next step in that multi-hazard mitigation plan.
Why in the world would it cost $180,000 to decide what needs to happen? That is blowing my mind right now.
Right?
It's like,
And according to Joel, it doesn't matter. We're all in the pit anyway, so it doesn't matter. East side, gone.
My experience with these BRIC, and they're called planning grants, they're in Utah, they're almost always 100% allocated. I mean, if you put in for the grant, you're going to get it. So this 90,000 that we're having to write a letter or we have to sign a resolution says, yeah, we'll put 90,000 toward the project. We're almost assured that we're going to get the project and we're going to have to move forward with it if we put in for this grant. It's not, we don't have to, but if we apply for the grant, we're going to get the grant.
For the full amount?
No. What I'm saying is in Utah, if you put in for a planning grant, they're undersubscribed. So
Okay.
if you put in for a planning grant, you're going to get the grant until more people start putting in for it. So you're going to get basically, this is a pre-design, almost a full design. Now, if you get into the construction phase, that's where a lot more competition is coming in and you're less likely to get monies for those type of projects. But for a design, it's pretty assured you're going to get the grant. So if we're going to go for that one, if we're going to put in the paperwork, we're pretty much assured that we're going to be spending $90,000 and it's going to take more than fiscal year 26. It's probably a 2-year project. So you're not going to spend all 90,000 but you have to spend it proportionally. You can't spend all their money and then you spend your money at the back. You got to spend it equally. If it's 50-50 or 70-30, you got to prorate it all the way through the project.
This is attributable to the water fund. You'll notice all the other ones we've talked about to this point were out of capital projects, but because this is a water project, we attributed it to water.
Just as what's the impact to the citizens in the event we don't do anything to that tank, we get the earthquake? How many people are out of water, or are we under less pressure, or is it, what's the detrimental impact to the citizens?
Brandon's ready to roll on that.
Well, you wouldn't, let's just assume that the tank is offline, right? So you wouldn't have storage, but you still could serve the whole city from the central tank.
so we're talking about just backup is really where what the east tank is primarily used for.
No. It is used primarily, I mean, it's a valuable portion of the system. It's we need it, but you definitely want to build into your system's redundancy. And
Sure.
so because of the central tank and its elevation, it does allow for, there's some crossover there. The way that the east tank is filled is actually, most of it is pumped from Church Street or Church Street pump station to the central tank. And then the central tank distributes throughout the city and actually fills the east tank as well.
Got it.
Is there a life safety component to that tank failing?
Sure. I mean,
Downstream washout.
right. Yes. However, with the East Bench project that was just completed, last year, the line that Weaver Basin required us to put in that road is all HDPE, and the whole reason was for protection against earthquakes. So the line servicing it is in pretty good shape because it was built that way. Yeah, the question would be, I think what the study was talking is right around the tank. Are there improvements that we could maybe make to make it a little more resilient? So I don't know if it was just a general thought. So I don't know if when they're studying this, if they are, what the full scope of what it's going to include, but I think what we would want out of it would be, like you suggested, they're going to identify, here are some things that would help this to be more resilient. Oh, and by the way, this is how you should do it so that it's nearly designed, and you could just go to construction after. I don't know if that, because I haven't had the conversations, if that is the full scope of what you'd get. That would be the hope, at least from my perspective.
How old is that tank?
How old's the East tank, Mark? Yeah, it was put in with the CCC, right? Just right after? Yeah, it's old.
So their recommendation is probably gonna be a new tank.
No, I mean, its condition is still, at least as far as I know, it's not bad. Yeah. Just for the record, there is no lead liner in that tank. It's concrete. It's concrete. Concrete's beautiful.
How many gallon tank is it, you know?
It's 500,000.
500,000?
Yeah.
And the central one as well.
Central's 1 million.
Wasn't there, I could have sworn, David, when you and I forgot your name.
Mr. Larson.
There you go. When you guys took us around, when I first became a councilman, there was a tank on this side of town that you said that needs to be replaced sooner rather than later, I thought was the messaging. Is that?
We rehab that one.
That would be the first tank that we would actually project to actually replace.
Okay.
Its current location is okay. There are probably some other locations that would maybe be better. So, but that would work. So there is a long-term plan to replace that tank. You would do that before you'd do the East tank, just due to its location and its condition. The rehab bought us a lot of years. So, that's Councilman Windsor was very influential in helping us get to that point. That I think was a really wise investment of funds for the time that it bought us. But that tank is in the, I don't want to say the poorest condition, but it would be the one that needs to be replaced first. Did you want to say something? Okay.
That was a heavy sigh, Wayne. That was.
We've already done a site location. We already did a lot of the analysis that they're asking to do over here. It's on a hillside that's considered a landslide, active landslide. It's moving. If you're gonna replace it, it's gotta be moved or it's gonna have some deep piles. So it's in its position where it can go to design right now. What we don't know is what are our options over here? So what we did over here, we need to do over here. So I am $180,000 to do a study over there seems, but that's modern day. It seems kind of expensive for me.
How much did the study cost to do this one?
I don't know, we had you guys do the study, but it was less than half that. I mean, I think we paid maybe $40,000 or $50,000 just to study it. We had a geotech come out here and do a site evaluation for us. And then the options we got from replacing it, but we didn't know what capacity to replace it to putting a liner on it, and put a liner on it bought us 15 more years. And we're probably 5 years into that 15-year window. So we still got another 10 years before we really have to do something.
So why wouldn't we take the same approach for the east?
I think there's a valid argument to take the same approach. The reason this one was so critical is because it was actively leaking.
Okay.
And there was some concerns there that we needed to address right away. This other one is, we went through the multi-hazard mitigation plan, was where are our vulnerabilities? And so we discussed, well, if we had a major earthquake and that one went offline, it would have some impact to us. And that's as far as it has been thought about. So do we need to do some more study? That's the one on the list. And
Sorry. I'll speak into the mic. I'm done.
I think this does highlight, because we're going through a grant process for this one, that there are some layers and strings and processes that you have to, check all of the boxes. And so it adds some complexity to it than just, we're going to hire somebody and go do the study. In order to qualify, let's say we did have a project that was needed on that east tank. In order to qualify for federal grant money to do the project, we have to have done a scoping project through them, or, through their steps. And we have to have done the multi-hazard mitigation plan that checks all of their boxes. And so we started a few years ago to line ourselves up to potentially receive grant money if we need to do a major project on that tank. That's why these steps are lined up the way they are. But it does create additional time and process and money in some ways to make sure we have all those ducks in a row.
So a $500,000 gallon tank is probably what, $2.2 million to replace new? Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Well, I think the context, I guess I would be looking for is more detail around, okay, if we go down this road that you're laying out here, this is how much it costs us now, and this is how much it costs us when we have to replace the tank. If we do a different option, this is how much it costs us now, and this is how much it's going to cost us to replace the tank. And either way, you got to replace the tank after so many years. So which road do you want to take to get there? I think that would be very helpful for me.
And that's what this study will tell you. Give you the do nothing approach to replace it now approach, and then you get to decide which one you want, and then go after a grant for that. Did you hear that?
Or
No.
are you suggesting the idea, don't pursue the grant path and not line up for that? What would
Well,
that
that's
cost
the
us?
part that I don't fully understand. So I get what you're saying, like to get the grant to replace the tank, you have to follow certain steps, and that means you have to do these 3 things or whatever the number is.
Mhm.
Or we can hire Brandon's team to do something sooner for half the cost or whatever it is, and then that buys you X number of years, and then you're still going to have to do this 15 years from now anyway. So do you do it now and this is the cost, or do you do it 15 years from now and then this is the cost? Just so I know exactly why we would have to put so much money on the table to do it, so that I can make a better determination on, okay, this is a legitimate fee that we're gonna have to swallow because it's gonna pay huge dividends 10 years from now or something.
You're asking for a
Yeah.
project plan. One that basically says, this is what we need to do. This is why we need to do it. Here's the full steps of it. Here's the final cost of it. At least that's what I'm getting, because
I think it'd be very similar to a project plan.
yeah,
Sure.
because if we had that very beginning, okay, we do the multi-hazard mitigation plan and we do the study on it, well, either we're going to throw away that money or we're going to continue down the plan. Once the whole total cost of it, why haven't we been saving for it for that endpoint? And I know we are with the capital, but I think there's some priority on this, where if we know everything that's going to be the final cost on it, how far can we space that payment of it so it's not a huge cost at the end? Yeah, I mean, it comes down to, what are the steps going to be? What's the time between each one of them? What's the cost going to be? I mean, to me, it's just a simple plan on that.
Let me just add a little bit. There's an expectation when you did the multi-hazard mitigation plan, there's a 5-year plan. And basically what we told the federal government and FEMA, we said, here are the projects, here's our top 5 projects that we think need to be addressed in the next 5 years. And we're already 3 years into that window. So the expectation is from the federal government, you need to do a study, and then you're going to follow right up on the study, and you're going to have this thing built. But I don't think our plan is we're going to be able to move that fast. I think our
No,
plan
there's no
is
way.
we're being doing good just to do a study. To your question, is it going to cost us $180,000 to do the study on our own without the grant, or is it cost us $90,000 with the grant to do the study? That's what I'm trying to find out myself. Is it cheaper for us to do the study? A study has to happen either way for us to make a decision of go, no go, refurbish, replace. Is it really $180,000 to study, to do that study, or could it be done much cheaper without the grant?
Yeah, and I think the next layer to that is, let's say we we choose the cheaper option and not try to qualify for the grant. Right, just the planning grant. Then you potentially, if you don't follow all of the proper steps, disqualify yourself from the construction grant, right? We'd want to make sure that if that construction grant is the ultimate goal, then we need to not misstep in our goal to save money now. Because to your point, I think the question is, let's save money now, but does that mean a huge cost at the end to actually do the tank replacement project? That's what we need to understand.
Like an option A, option B, right?
Because all they'll be able to fund, if we go through the process, they'll fund up to 50% of the project. So we'll get if it's a $2 million project, we'll get $1 million grant. We've got to come up with $1 million if that's what the project entails. Up to
The only thing caveat I'd add to that is that you got to follow all federal stuff. My experience, if I could speak candidly,
You just have 30% cost on top of it.
following all of the federal requirements, makes things a lot more expensive. Is it less overall net? That's hard to say. I don't think that there's any risk in at least just trying to see what if we could get money from BRIC to do the study. I don't think there's any harm in that. And we could bring back what are the actual costs? Because this cost this isn't what the city would pay, right? This is assuming we get the grant.
My understanding is that our cost would be 90,000 and then the grant would be 90,000. So the total cost would be 180,000. Is that accurate?
Not for BRIC, not for the planning part.
So the total cost is 90,000. Our portion of that cost is 45,000.
But we.
No,
Still,
planning grants 75-25.
But what I'm saying is we have to budget the full cost because it's a
Yes.
reimbursement. We
Yes.
can't just budget our portion. We have to pay it all and then get
I see.
reimbursed. Sorry,
But-
I didn't make that clear. I'm sorry.
But what's proposed in there is 180 for the whole study.
No, I put
No.
90.
90 is the whole study. Our net
Where
cost
did
would be
the,
28.
am I seeing that number right?
Very bottom 15.
Oh, 90. Where did the 180 come in?
Well, I said 180 because that's how I interpreted it.
Oh, okay,
That
sorry.
90 was only our portion.
I'm too far away from the screen, sorry.
Yeah.
All right, 90,000, right, is what we'd budget, and then we would pay 25% of that.
22,500 would be our portion of it.
Right.
Net
For the
portion.
study. to
Assuming that we
see
get-
what the study will tell us.
I understood the way Jake.
can we do a study to see if the study is?
Yeah, that's what I know that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
So
Then if we can all get together and have a meeting about that, that'd be great.
if I may, yes. If I may, just so that it's clear, I don't think that, especially for the public, the reason we're proposing to do even the study doesn't, there shouldn't be a concern that there's a real huge urgency or that this tank has big problems or something like that. It does not. It's simply at risk because of its location, but it has not demonstrated, Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, we've never had any issues with it. But to try to, right, yes, we've had some issues with the lines, but that's why we did the whole project to put new lines up to the tank. The tank itself is in pretty good shape as far as I understand, despite its age. So I don't want anyone to feel like there's a massive urgency because there's really big problems with the tank itself. It's just simply, it's been identified that because of its location, and if we had a massive earthquake, then, maybe there'd be a problem there that we should try to prevent if we could. Did I say that right,
Yeah.
Wayne? Okay.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Angie, we're the safest.
I'm the safest?
We are the safest on the east side,
Yeah, we are.
despite what anybody tells me.
Hey, ready for the next thing?
Yeah.
Hey, let's go. How about I'm sensing a whole lot of confusion. So let me talk to our grant consultant on this and try to nail down more of the specific numbers and timeline so that it's just a little bit more clear for everybody.
I'd appreciate that, Bart.
Sure, we can take it through the Municipal Utilities Committee.
Sure. Out of the what? Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah. Sure, bring it back to us.
Okay. Blair wasn't here to say no. And Angie agreed.
Yeah, we
We've covered tons of this information already, so I don't feel like we need to dwell on too many of these for very long, but I am going to take a step back and let each of the department heads who's over these individual departments speak. It'll go a lot faster when I back away from the mic, so Brett, I'll let you start because the first few departments are yours.
Okay, starting with the legislative, first and foremost, probably two major things that changed throughout all the departments is going to be salaries. And then those departments that have utilities, there was an increase in utilities. I did some studies where one of those, Rocky Mountain Power, is looking at increasing their fees quite a bit. And so I did a study on those impacts with the very little knowledge that I have about it. But keep that in mind as we go through these. Legislative, there was no change for this one, for this department. Going on to admin, you can see the wages increased, that we do have an amount put in there for elections, and then also a decrease in our audit because we used that third party and our auditors. There should be a decrease this next year for that.
Quick question on the elections. Is that pretty much a set fee every time there's a cycle?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically $10,000 to contract with the county to run an election for us. And if we have a primary and the general, yeah, thank you. I'm slowing down.
Got it.
That's your $20,000. So
Got
we
it.
put that in the budget the years we have them and we remove it completely the years we don't.
Got it.
Moving on, we already talked about the supplemental request.
What all does that, what all does administrative cover? Everything that's in this building?
Administrative covers majority of the building, but we do have community service in here. We have judicial in here. The majority of it is covered by administrative.
And so that's the 3% that we're saying here is from 25 to 26?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you're asking for again?
Yes.
And the wages that are here, I don't know if I got an answer to that, is that our annual increase?
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, we did not put
And that's fine. I just, okay.
So the overall increase of the budget as drafted is 27,000,
And so we're,
which is a 3%.
okay.
So the items on the right are the line items that have major changes or major impact on, where did that 27?
Yeah.
come from?
So the supplemental request, we're saying for all of administrative, this year, there is nothing that we need except payment in lieu and the digital sign, of which has been crossed off. So the only increase should be the 10 grand for that, plus probably the salary.
Things that are in there now are 27,000. If you wanted to add the payment in lieu, we would say that would end up hitting, that's, that would be the $10,000 in additional, but the payment in lieu would hit a whole bunch of different departments.
Right. So right here, though, we're not upgrading any equipment. We're not upgrading any office space. We're not leasing any new cars. We're not doing anything for administrative at all. Thank you.
Moving on to the judicial side. I kind of did a little study on a few of the expenses that are going on. Supplies, postage are those that increased the most. It was very little change, but those are things that I noticed. So we have a $1,000 request on that. Increase from last year to this year, which is a 2% increase. Moving on to public safety. We did mention it earlier. We just had kind of built in, we don't know what that contract looks like. But with the DCSO, we built in just a 3% estimate. Anything above those supplemental requests would be part of that increase. Would be added to that increase, my bad.
I also will say, this doesn't have the list of all the line items, right? That discussion takes place at the committee, where each committee will look at every single line item within these departments. This is summary data.
Okay, but the dollar value that we're talking about, the 3% that's estimated, is not going to go up because of all of the things that are going to be requested that will go through the committee. Is that correct?
Your supplemental requests.
Right, those will. I got those. Those are out. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about just to do the operational daily business. We see absolutely no change. Not getting a new computer to help on any areas, nothing. We're just talking that.
I guess I'm not quite understanding.
I'm just trying to make sure that there isn't.
Well, so far, I don't think there is, but we haven't met as committees to discuss if there's anything else we need to add to bring forth for the council for the budget.
Okay.
The
Thank
way
you.
I interpret that is almost like business as usual unless it's called out.
Correct. This is your
No year over
business
year
as
change.
usual.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
We took the budget that was there last year and made adjustments,
Mhm.
and these are the increases and or decreases from the budget that was last year. So if we had built in for equipment, things like that, we kind of reviewed those and made adjustments, decrease type of thing. And that's where we landed with these numbers. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm just, yeah.
And that 3% estimate for DCSO specifically, we don't know what their number is.
Yeah, that's
yet.
just an estimate on what the contract is going to increase on.
That truly is just
Yeah.
a placeholder.
Yeah.
The next is fire, so we'll get up to there.
We've already talked about the big three things there at the bottom. Building supplies and maintenance going up. That's mainly because our garage doors are getting old and we're dealing with motor issues and have to replace motors and stuff on them. So this year we got slammed with garage door, and that's why we're way over in that category this year. So I want to make sure that was covered for this year. And then the other $6,000 is just the general cost of everything going up, supplies and maintenance wise. Any other questions?
Can we talk about your ice machine? I promised I'd never
We
bring it up. again.
almost made it through a whole retreat without talking
So
about
sorry.
that.
I mean, we're almost done, so
Anything else? No?
So again, definition, the repairing the garage door isn't an operational expense. Wouldn't that be a capital one that would be a supplemental request? Because we don't pay that every year for it. So it's not go ahead.
Well, it would hit in the budget under the building supplies and maintenance line item, which is in the operational budget. It's not in the capital projects budget by definition, although it's kind of a one-time project.
No, you got something?
It may have the value that qualifies as a capital expenditure, but because it's part of a bigger asset, the asset is the building. The building has a 75 or 50-year life expectancy. You may expect to replace the doors 2 or 3 times during that. That's just an operational cost. Now, we can choose to capitalize it, but what I'm understanding staff to do is they're just make it part of the O&M expense.
But the difference is that if we put a $6,000 in it right now and we only have to replace the door once and we're not going to replace it again for another 5 years, our budget still shows $6,000 extra. And if they ask for an increase next time, it's actually a larger increase because we're not playing with the operational numbers. We're talking about operational numbers with other things put into it. Yeah. So it's nothing on you. It's again, defining where all of this stuff goes, because now that's not a true operational cost in my mind. So anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
I don't have anything else to add unless there's questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Going to community service. Once again, we have an increase in wages, and then also subdivision reviews based on the study that we've looked at, that is increasing. So at this point, we made an estimate of increasing it $20,000, which reflects in the revenues that we increased for that as well. Which gives us a $28,000 increase, which is 5%.
Can you define subdivision reviews? I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that.
That would mainly be me. So this is what I think is mainly me.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is.
It is a pass-through.
So they're budgeting for it, but it's all recovered.
Yeah, we have to show it as an expense because we pay it, but then we invoice the developer for repayment.
Which is why both on the revenue and expenditure side, they tie out to the $60,000 that was discussed earlier. Going on to streets. Larson?
Yeah, we're just wash, rinse, repeat on almost all my budgets. And I'm not sure why this 8,000.
So
Change somebody around? part-time?
no, this is crossing guard wages,
Oh, okay.
because crossing guards land in the streets department. From a budget standpoint and expense standpoint.
Okay.
When are the $5,000 in utilities?
As I mentioned, Rocky Mountain Power
Okay. Thank you.
increases. Like I said, these are just estimates.
Yeah.
But
Right.
Rocky Mountain Power is supposed to increase, I think, 18%.
Okay.
That's an estimate.
And that's because they've got that because they're a separate building.
Correct. The streets has. I'm trying.
There are
remember.
street light costs, monthly power for all the street lights as well.
Okay.
That's why theirs has a high
Still not.
increase.
But this is not just street lights. That's part of it. It's not just street light power cost, but that's part of it. It hits here because there's a lot of street lights, so.
Do we have an 18% increase in the
Only state law did not max that. That would, there you go. Other
Okay.
questions on streets?
So we didn't do any of this last year. We didn't do any of the street lights last year. I thought we did.
No, we did. This is the power cost for the Rocky Mountain Power is changing their rates.
Okay, because I
Yeah.
thought you just said this also includes the street lights.
Power
Okay.
for the street lights.
Okay, not the
Sorry,
replacement of the-
Power for the street light.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I didn't make that clear, I guess. Parks.
Parks, same thing, utilities, just for all of our, we have meters of quite a few of our parks. Different things. Equipment's down because we're not doing a big drive this year, I assume.
That was the parks trailer that we bought last year. It was a $7,500. We put that in the budget to purchase it last year. It's not in the budget. Equipment line items that are not capitalized, again, hit this department, and so.
We talked about sprinkler clocks. We're gonna start the rotation with 10,000, try to get grant money to cover it and do as many clocks as possible and just keep working at them until we get everything upgraded. What did you say the cost of one clock is? It really depends. The clock you can get for like 1,000, 1,500, but if you have to replace any equipment out in the parks to feed information into the clock, that's where you start getting the price going up.
Okay, since Curtis isn't here, I'll take recreation. Very similar to the others, there's adjustment to wages and benefits. There was also line item change there for benefit selection for health insurance. And because we budget the exact cost that individual employees have, we don't just budget every employee as a family plan, right? We do exact, so anytime employee changes, then we adjust the budget to match that, so. Overall, a 2% increase in the recreation department. Water.
Okay. Travel and training went up because we added another person. And they've got to keep the CEs up for the water. Utilities, just the price of our pumps up there. I know, we found the one pumps weren't being charged to water. So they moved them into water. Actually, the electrical cost. But, and the $90,000 grant, write a grant. We, all the stuff in Public Works, we didn't do a lot of supplemental stuff because we're building the building and we knew that we were gonna be tight, and so, you know, a lot of the stuff we, are not absolutely necessary, we just.
I got a question on water, but you brought up with the Public Works building and moving in, and assuming we're moving in August, so that'd be next fiscal year. Is there going to be something on the books with regards to the existing Public Works facility as a credit? Are we going to, is there a cost to demo that? Is that put into the books as well? And is there a cost or
We can do that as the municipal utilities committee. Whatever that word is. Let's bring that back. We'll talk about that in our committee meeting.
Okay, we can look at costs for that specifically.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great idea. Is anyone telling Blair this?
You, Mark.
Okay. Sewer. Everything's the same, just flat.
All right.
It runs downhill, it's not flat.
So according to that, wages, we don't know. So we're still under the 1%.
Yeah, the overall sewer increase is only $6,000, which is less than 1% from last year to this year. Yep.
Sanitation, same. The recycling will be a whole nother set of slides and
Yep.
stuff, so.
Just say there are recycling slides in here.
There are, yes. We'll get to recycling. Or we'll put it on the 25th.
I would propose we do that. I have like 10 teenagers that are going to be in my house in 10 minutes. So I need to stick to a hard stop. at
Hard
3
stop
o'clock.
at 3, that's fine.
Thank
Feed
you.
us when we get there.
I have some more popcorn. Right.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. If that's okay with everybody.
Storm drains kind of the same way, or just staying the same, no increase, well, wages and benefits go up a little. Tough, I'm gonna turn over to Dave or Brandon, because I don't really do any of it.
Yeah, we put projects to BD on this one, mostly because it comes down to 7375. And the street maintenance portion of that, we can do there, we can do some of that out of the transportation utility fee. But then if there's additional money, then we would look at street maintenance projects. And so it comes down to determining project costs there.
Management, we're actually getting 3 trucks, but all we've done is just talk to them about getting us some prices so far. We haven't bought anything or just picking out the beds and the lights and put some stuff in so I don't back into things anymore, better backup cameras.
Thank you for that.
I'd say that was funny, but it actually.
if you recall, 259,000 of ARPA money, we specifically put into fleet for the large apparatus for the fire department. And so that was last year's, budget. That's not in this year, so it doesn't show up as an addition there as well. That's why that decreases back down. But the next slide, I think, is for Tia to talk through a little bit.
We just switched everything over to Unified. It's been the last 8 months trying to get that done. So we're happy that that's finally done and over with. This is just a list of the trucks that were in the rotation for this fiscal year. Because it was such a hassle moving over, it's a little delayed. So we're not sure if we're going to be able to get all of those done by July, but this was the rotation and then next year. So a few changes if that happens. I think we did kind of touch on Derek's stuff, and then Mark just mentioned the 3 trucks. So he's been talking with Unified about which trucks we're going to be replacing and getting those ordered. So sorry, we don't have a lot of time. Does anybody have any questions?
What's the lead time on these trucks? I'm assuming they're a lot shorter than these other bigger purchases, right?
Yeah, it definitely depends on what type of truck. So brush trucks were about a year. So those will take a year to build. And then the Toyota Tacomas that we're looking at getting, I don't remember him giving us an estimate, but a few months maybe. As far as Mark's trucks, did he tell you?
Well, boxes are coming from base and upfitting. And they're actually on site, ones we picked. But the plows, the lights, devices, that kind of stuff, he didn't give us an exact time yet, but he's putting together a price at a time right now. So hopefully before budget year over.
Gotcha. And just going back to the three Toyotas, are they Tacomas or Tundras that we're looking at?
Tacomas, yeah.
And so we have Ram 2500s. Obviously, there's a big difference on their capabilities. Is that going to be an issue or not because of how we're using them?
No, it'll be fine. We're not towing or anything with them. 2500s were overkill, but that was just what we could get during the COVID madness.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thanks for qualifying it as madness.
So the brush trucks, didn't we decide or talk about making that a 5-year rotation instead of a 3-year?
Yeah, he said 5 would be optimal on those, but he said, correct me if I'm wrong, he kept waffling between 4 to 5 years. And so he's like, well, because he asked me to get the trucks and everything spec'd, and we already have bids for all of that. So I think we're pulling the trigger sooner rather than later on that. But with the lead time, it'll probably won't get them towed next winter anyways.
Anything else fleet related? Okay, do we want to get into the major projects, give an overview of the 3 major projects? I think we can have more conversation about these end of February during the council meeting. But reminder of the 7375 project. It's essentially 2 streets to be upgraded, as well as a storm drain and water portion of the project. This is multiple projects from our capital facilities plans that all relate to each other. And so that's why we're thinking of them as one big project, but they have been on the list before. It's just a matter of getting the money together for all aspects of that to make it happen. The water portion, as you can see, it is in 925 a little bit, and then also in South Weber Drive. And then the storm drain portion, I know that's really far away, but you notice that it goes from 925 all the way to Canyon Meadows Drive. And so it's a large portion for storm drain. And Brandon can speak to the specifics. I don't think we need to get into the need necessarily, because we've talked about this before. But let's give a quick update on the cost estimate broken down by the different funds. So the streets and the transportation utility fee specifically is maintenance portion. So where there's already surface, we can use tough money to maintain that. The widening and other elements, other elements of the street ends up being that Class C/other. And then water utility, that means water fund utility payments. Storm drain impact fee, we've talked about how the project is eligible for impact fee. That doesn't mean we have that much impact fee there, but it's eligible for that, as well as the portion of the storm drain that is not eligible to have impact fee pay for it. That is attributed to the storm drain utility for that total of the 4.3.
These cost estimate numbers are 2025 as January 2025 numbers.
As of this week.
Thank you.
What's the urgency of that project? Just like real quick, just urgent. Is it like critical or is it?
Sure. I'll try to cover it real quick. It is due to the need for the street. The street needs to be widened and made city standard to match up with the connected road now. But so you think, well, then let's just do the road. The problem is as soon as you put in the road, you've got to have the drainage for the road. This part of town has no storm drain. And so we had already identified that in the capital facilities plan that when the need arose, we would need to put a storm drain line down South Weber Drive. And that would be what would service these two roads. So then then that has to come in to be done as part of this project. Since we're in South Weber Drive anyway, then we've also identified the need to replace these water lines. And so because you're going to be doing a lot of asphalt patching, it makes a lot of sense to put the water line at the same time so you don't do stuff twice. You don't pay for it twice. Hence the reason it's such a big project. That's our thinking, and that's where the costs lie.
When we talked about this last year, there was expectation that when Lester Drive connected, that there would be a major push for this. I think we've had a lot of conversation with individual neighbors about this being the next major project for us, the next major priority, and it's a matter of getting funding together. I think the short answer is, other than the storm drain, we probably could take care of the other aspects of this project, that there's funding for those, but not necessarily for the storm drain. Our storm drain fund balance cannot carry that amount of money. Not only right now, it doesn't have that money in it, but other projects that would need some of that money, like the storm drains portion of the public works facility, and things like that. There's just not money there for it. We're still looking into options, and trying to find money, but the short answer is we just don't have that yet. But as far as the expectation that we would have a lot of push from the neighborhood, there has not been a lot of push from the neighborhood saying this has got to be widened immediately, at least to me. Maybe to members of the council, residents have had that conversation, but also I think that might be because we've had conversation and said, yeah, as soon as we have money, we want to do that project, but we just don't have it yet. So maybe they understand that. We probably stop there, right?
Stop there. One thought before we stop there. There's a section of road on 7800 that I've been beating my drum to for years. And that narrow strip of road, the residents up there have been quite patient. They remind me quite regularly, but they're patient. But I think if we're going to go and look at this, we really need to look at that because that's been on a longer ongoing problem than the Lester Drive.
The one that connects to Daniel Drive.
One that goes down and connects to Daniel Drive.
Okay.
And the reason I say that, the last couple of days I've gone over, pick up the work truck from Aaron. And those elementary kids, that's a dangerous road. There's no sidewalk there. It's probably the narrowest street that we've got in the city. And two cars can't if they're on any part of that bend, they can't go at the same time. They'll have to wait while the other one comes and goes out. Well, then we throw these elementary kids on there trying to get to school, to the school bus, which is right there. And there's a lot of little kids right there. I can just see a serious accident staring us in the face, and we just kind of have been turning a blind eye to it. We need to do something about that road. So,
Mayor, can I make a comment on that?
yeah.
I think, just so it's clear, I think we are very aware that that is a major need and would be nice to have already had that done a while ago. I think our hope was, because there's been interest in the property there, that the developer would, that if a development moved forward, they would actually just pay for that. So hope, kind of a game of wait and see, but you know, if the need is higher than waiting for a developer to pay for it, then, you know, certainly we could consider that. But I think that's the reason why nothing's
I
happened.
know, and I realize that we've been waiting and it's up for sale again. So obviously the waiting game is just going to continue until either we have a serious accident, take care of it. It's not that long of a stretch. I can't imagine it costing something, but anyway. Okay. that's
Mayor, I
it.
make a motion, we adjourn.
I don't hear a second.
Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everybody.